Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? That's not what Lauer said, Lucas. I think what he's saying is being misinterpreted a little bit there. Um, he said that it is unlikely, like it's a low probability, right? Black swan events are not a common occurrence, right? But it is. I mean, from an institutional financial perspective, like Lauer has, yeah, it's it. If anything, it would be unexpected, right? Good morning, Biter. How you doing? I got a little bit of sleep, not as much as I would have liked. I was still up from like the time I ended the stream until 2 in the morning. We need more Zakirs wife memes on billionaires. Oh boy. Good morning, Ecstasy. Why are you trading paper trading GME? If you're having a paper trading competition, you need to use more active stocks. Good to know, Sam. Thank you. So you're saying there's a chance? I am Gilboito. Yeah, of course he is. He's only going to use confirmed data to form his hypothesis, as will any institutional investor. You can't write a bull analysis on a stock based off of sentiment and evidence of like a pattern, right? I actually, if you guys dig in the comment section, I had a pretty lengthy discussion in there about like kind of my view on what he's saying. BBBY down 28.35% in the pre-market. Ouch. Were earnings this morning? Yellen said paper trades are unrealized gains and those equal income. I mean, gains don't equal income. So you're saying that institutional investors don't read Crayons DT? I mean, yeah. I see, Greg. Are you aware of the weird obsession your Discord has for bumping uglies with Nancy Pelosi? No. She's like 90. I mean, I feel like that's the point at which aged like fine wine no longer applies. You start to get to the point where it's just vinegar. I mean, I won't judge anybody for their love of the finer vintages, but you know, that's pushing it. That's like great gilf territory. Evergrande still crashing the U.S. markets. We moved past that. I don't know. I don't think the markets have decided yet. But China and Hong Kong, all three of them, I think, bounced back last night. So we could have like another kind of positive day in the U.S. markets. She's a great trader. It's true. It's true. But her gains aren't that great, honestly. Like from a trading perspective, none of them do that well, even with all that inside information. Oh, thanks, Secure. Yeah, so that's Secure just posted my comment thread on the Lauer post. I tried to keep it civil. Born in 1864, Nancy Pelosi. I did see the DD on Dole, and I am also considering taking another position. That guy's like an OG on Wall Street Bets. He actually writes good DD. Um, yeah, it looks interesting. I might buy into like a long term. I'm gonna do some of my own analysis on it, but I might buy into like a long term like leap position or something. Oh, I agree. Existential. Dole, the pineapple people. You know it. Makes me thirsty. Thanks, Brista. Yeah, Secure posted my comment thread from over there. If you scroll up in the chat, Aisha. Chucky Seki, don't tell them what's happening. Okay. Is this a pineapple stream now? Only if you want to booth one, Ivan. Oh, and guys, feel free to screenshot my comments and then post those as separate posts. Just don't do it in the AMC DD thing. Have we talked about the 1 trillion collateral requirement coming into effect tomorrow? No, I mean, not really. I'm sure they're prepared for it. It's not like it's a fucking surprise, Ryan, right? Ryan Cohen, CEO, entrepreneur. Is the SDPI about to squeeze? I have no idea. I've been to several Dole growing operations. Can't confirm good company. I prefer Chiquita for bananas, but mainly because I was in Costa Rica. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Dole, I don't think has used slave labor for a long time, so that's a plus. But yeah, going public. You got the stream starts at 9:15. Thing still up. Oh, thanks, Daniel Taylor. They're quants for, am I right? So I think we have a pretty good shot of our volume this morning is actually decent. Or like, I mean, okay, it's not decent, but compared to the rest of the week, it's much better. I'm about 30,000 volume right now before the opening bell. Do you still have IRA and T puts? I do. I sold 2 of them yesterday to cover my cost basis for the position, and then I'm holding the rest. They're for November 19th, so such a good play. You know, sometimes I wake up in the morning, I look at myself. I'm very happy with what I see. I mean, yeah, I know pre-market 30,000 is nothing, but you know, yesterday we had 8, so there is that. How does AMD look? What an odd question. Are you looking for like an entry? It looks kind of shitty, but it might bounce off like its EMA 60. Where's the moving averages on this? Yeah, I mean, you can see a bounce off the 60, I guess. So if you're trying to play the upside of it, there's a little room there, and it's up a little bit in the pre-market. Ding, ding. Stuff. Hey, look, we're getting shorted. If it's like 3 to 6 months in advance, it can still be considered a leap. Yeah, I mean, when people say leap, it's not really the exact definition of it. So if you hear someone say leap, it generally means like it's like 3 to 6 months out. But technically, the definition of a leap is something that's more than a year. Um, Ben and fresh and free. Just been reading your Reddit exchanges. I just crippled me. I'm not even gonna give his name fucking airtime, but yeah, he's just a prick. Silver Reserve. He's been a prick for a long time. I think he traded uh based on like my DD and lost a shitload of money, and he's really just been after me ever since. Guybrush from MOASS. You want me to try inserting a Guybrush on a down tick? Yeah. Uh, of course, the spy is ripping. When I lose a lot of money based on your TD, I just give you more money. I think there's a different lesson to learn here, which is don't bet money on other people's DD. JC. Especially when it involves GameStop. That's literally why I'm here. Wait, I just yielded 100 shares of Dole. Nice, dude. Speaking of which, what's Dole trading at? That's not even that bad. Hmm. I don't know what happened to my lower resistance lines. You did miss the music. Definitely didn't lose money on IRNT. Doubled my money and bounced. Nice, dude. Buy and hold is the best DD. Did your IRNT puts lose a decent amount of value at open? Mine are only for 810. I assume theta and IV or 10-8. I'm just curious if you saw similar with yours being further out. No, I don't think so. Uh, like a little bit. I mean, but they're also up more. because duel's still going down. Like my 20s are in the money now. Did you lose money? Like, are you talking about because they went in the money, Ben? I'm assuming it's just theta, but looking at the put option chain, 150 looks very possible. The dip before the big rip. Maybe. I think 150 is a bit of a stretch. They didn't get a share offering. It's going to be hard for them to hammer it down that much. $170 KL. Mine are at a $24 strike. You shouldn't have really lost anything on them. They're super deep in the money. It might be because of the IV, like the IV is dropping because you're moving deeper into the money a little bit. Or maybe that strike just has lower IV right now. You guys aren't buying options on Jamie and giving hedge funds more ammo, are you? That's not how that works, but okay. But no, I don't currently have any GameStop options. Well, I do, but they're like already in the money. Max Payne is 185 now for today. It's only been easier to push the price down because the market's also been falling. You'll see it's much harder when the market's stable or back up. Are you giving MM more ammo by taking their money again? $200, $195, $205. The stock is trolling me. Last time we dipped to 151, Greg, was our low. No, I don't think so. Maybe, but I feel like even that's a bit of a stretch. I think if the market comes back, we're just gonna move back up. We're not on this game, same schedule this time around, right? No, we're not. 7:38. No. See, yeah, crazy volume again. Eh. This isn't fun anymore. Wow. That's a mean thing to say, KS. And yet it will. Do you have any price targets for the rip? On what, Ray? The mother of all buy-ins? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Double Down. I have not, Sam. I slept for a little bit. I had to get a bunch of documents ready today, and then I have to figure out where the fuck people get checks from on short notice. Well, yes, I know that, Aloysius. So I don't have any bank. My bank doesn't have any branches anywhere near me. Just any check. Checks come from the government. I'm not doing a fucking money order. You don't have to have an account with who? Yeah, I asked them, but it wouldn't be here till like Monday next week. Pickle milk. What do you mean by cashier's check from any bank? Don't you have to have an account there to get a cashier's check? Mexico has a better and more efficient banking system than the US. No joke. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Did you spend your power bill money on Freg commemorative coins again? Yeah, I deposited them with the Fed. I was trying to prop it up, raise the ceiling, you know? No? We'll just cash an ID. Oh, dope. okay with covered calls? I guess I can end the stream early and just go get a new bank account. It's such a pain in the ass, though. If you have a checking account, will they take an e-check? What the fuck is an e-check, JFresh? Tell me more. Oh, okay. Take some E, then write a check. Well, when JFresh is telling me financial things, that's assume what he means. You fill in your routing number and account number, balance, etc., and they process it online. Oh, just DM it to me, Darth Dan. I haven't slapped any ass lately. Let me get to that. Which is, yeah, that sounds like a wire transfer with extra steps. No, it's not a wire, it's an ACH. I know what they're talking about, but I didn't know you could do that between like two, just any two parties. I mean, this is 2021. I don't know if I want to live anywhere that doesn't just accept Venmo as payment. Wow, I am very, very darkly colored today. Are they building a ramp above this price? What's options data look like? Super put heavy yesterday. There's some ramp out on the 19th, but not a lot. And it's building. It's building slowly, but actually, give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. Just need to fix something real fast. What? $150 end of day. I mean, that's kind of far away, don't you think, Hunt Stag? We were only down 2% yesterday. Oh, what the fuck? Always trolls in the morning. Yeah, I don't know why. Everything's green except our boy. Yeah, unfortunately. But we're flat for the most part. Just the downward action in pre-market, which is, better than just tanking. Right? What was I trying to do? Oh, update Reddit. Getting downvoted to shit today on my daily. I'm not crying. I put eye drops in. I think everyone's playing off the Lauer bullshit. The only thing I would listen to him about is hair care products. I don't think Lauer knows how successful he could be with his own line of men's beauty essentials. Maybe I should partner with him. We could have we could call it Pickle and Dave's something. I don't know. I'll think of the rest in a minute. Sounds like a gay bar name. I mean, we could open one of those too. I don't care. Profits. Dave's Pickle Milk. Pickle and Dave's Curls and Waves. Amazing, NW. Brine and Shine. You know the thing I like about Dave Lauer the most is his crazy eyes. I know for all of you it's the perm. But for me it's just the wild intensity in his eyeballs. I too love the crazy eyes. Nice. There's another man with a perm who has crazy eyes who I'm quite fond of. Justin Timberlake. Dave's like if Justin Timberlake had ever grown up. Is this Discover Shorts channel? It's short week. Morning, Gert. Sorry if this has been gone over. Where, in your mind, do you find us bottoming before starting to move back up the 11th and 13th? I don't actually think we're gonna dip that low. Like we're coming down right now, but I mean we're still holding at 170. I think there's room for us to bounce. Let's see, how big of a dip was this? 21. A low at 17. We're actually doing pretty hard. So we're at 200. We dip 13, 14% from there. Hmm. We'll see. And I don't think the volume and stuff's gonna pick up for a while, but we may have a move tomorrow back towards max pain, which will probably be around 180 by then. I don't think JT has a perm. It's natural. My uncle went to school with him. They used to make fun of him and call him Brillo Pad. Who's making fun of who now, Blake Collins? Uh, like Lauer just said, what he thinks are the facts of the situation. I don't even think his intention was to be like overtly bearish or anything. I feel like he just has a much more muted expectation for GameStop. and different goals with this whole thing, right? He sees this as an opportunity to change the markets, which he believes are unfair. Probably so he can make money. But that's just, that is the way of the system. What Ken Griffin doesn't realize is that we're out here playing 4D chess while he's trying to lick mayo off his checkers. With this Twitter surge, he has had to spend to drive GME down and fast. I mean, he hasn't really had to spend much to drive it down fast. The market's been down, right? So, like, if the market's going down, it's very easy to push the price down. I think there's some possibility around like 156 for a low. Um, but I think it would take some volume to get us there. And since we don't have any volume, um, it's just like a move to the upside. Like they need volume to push it down really hard and really fast. And if no one's selling and there's no volume, there's just nothing really going to happen. Like slow 2% down a day drift until it pops back up. And then, market makers are still incentivized to move it a little tomorrow because we are below max pain. I mean, no, from a technical standpoint, a short squeeze is a low probability event. Short squeezes require multiple things to come together simultaneously in order to fire off, right? Um, like a lot has to go wrong for the short side, and a lot has to go right. So it is a short squeeze is a low probability event. That's just factual. On GameStop, the probability for that event is much higher. Who crashes a market on a Friday? Oh, the market looks fine today. It's doing better. It's getting out of its correction zone at least. Double bottom on IRN too. Okay. God, I'm making so much money on that. It's just great. It was just a great play. I would have preferred it to be a little more aggressive to the downside for the IV, but Houston's cool. Yeah, I like Houston. I think he's learning a lot about the markets. He's definitely, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is his area of expertise, right? But like, he's learning, and that's where you have to start. But I think it's cool. He's like invested and excited, and that's awesome. And the shit he talks about, that's like that is in his field. He's very knowledgeable on. He's a smart guy. CNN said Pelosi and Schumer having trouble getting votes for the infrastructure bill. Interesting. Not super worried about that. When was I wrong when I said it was going to bounce smooth? I didn't say it is going to bounce. I said it could bounce because we are below max pin. So there is room for market makers to make money to the upside on this stock. Whether they do that or not, fucking completely random. Maybe you shouldn't try to day trade GameStop. Then you won't have these problems. Then you won't care if it bounces or doesn't bounce. We're going to trade flat next week, too. I think so. Just broke the daily support. It's good to transfer to computer share. You can check out my stream from the 20th if you want to for my opinions on computer share. Cretin Ektar. I bet it will dip more tomorrow. There's no reason to think it won't. Besides, max pain being higher than the price. I mean, I have said that I expect it to go like down and sideways for 2 weeks. I don't have any predictions in the near term. There's a possibility to move up so market makers can make some extra money, but other than that, I don't see anything coming in. We had a lot of in the money puts yesterday. I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at what strike those were for, but we could have T+2, like some T+2 action from that on like Tuesday of next week. $140 tomorrow? Wow. Okay. Someone has a hard time holding. It's about 220 4 weeks ago for it to just trickle down again. What was the play reason there? Why push it over 200 in just a short time to watch it drop? Yeah, the price jumped. So you're talking about August 24th, Derek. That was because of the quarterly options. So to buy more, you would wait till next week. Yeah, I plan to. Can you check the SPY? I mean, it came down a little bit into its correction zone and bounced. People said it wasn't going to dip this low, and it did. I didn't say Girk said it, but I read people said it won't, and it did. Well, I mean, I've been expecting this. This isn't. I mean, I don't think this is unexpected price action right now. They're definitely going to use this period to try to get the price as low as possible, right? I do think 140 is a bit too extreme. you got to remember there's a lot of buy side resistance at like 151, that area. As that's an opportunity for even institutions to average down. Um, tomorrow could be interesting. We'll see. But I think that we're still within that 190 to 170 range. We're only a couple cents below 170 right now, so I'm still not super concerned about like a larger dip. How is down every day? Flat. Well, we're down because the market's down. Hunt stag. So without pressure from the overall market bringing us down, GameStop would just be trading flat. Maybe even up a little over the last several days. But just like everything else in the market, we're down. So we're down from market pressure, and we're also getting shorted right now. So it's kind of like a double whammy, if you will. Dipping at this low for futures cover? It's possible. I mean, if they know that they have to start covering these FTDs in the next few weeks, then yeah, they're going to try to get the price as low as feasibly possible before they have to do that. And if they can do that strategically on low volume with negative market action, that's beneficial to them, right? Because it costs them less money. Would you actually be concerned though, or would you just see it as a buy opportunity? I just see it as a buy opportunity. Like towards the end of next week, I just plan on loading up on calls. I might buy a few more shares, and then we'll see what happens. If they drive it down that low, why not just start covering then? I mean, they'd have to drive it very, very low to start covering, Brian. What do you mean pressure from the market down when no one is selling? Okay, first of all, I'm going to make this really clear for those of you that don't understand this or haven't been here. GameStop is not entirely owned only by people on Superstonk. There are many other entities, many other investors. There are day traders. There are market makers that are trading this stock. If you think retail is trading 1 million plus shares a day on GameStop, you're fucking delusional. We are buying and holding, but we're not affecting price movement on the stock, right? So all of the price movement is affected by institutions. So it doesn't matter if we're not selling, right? There are algorithms that buy and sell based on market movement and indexes that GameStop is in that are tracked by ETFs that hold shares of GameStop, right? And that whole system tracks and works together. I mean, there's no maximum to keep in one account. You can have it all in one account if you want to. If you want to diversify your accounts, split it up however you want. It doesn't matter. Working here, did I hear you correctly say I can get to one? I think there's, for like maximum downside potential, I don't see it going much lower than 156. Protege son. And I think in between now and then, we still have room for movement to the upside between now and when I expect those FTDs to start moving in. So I'm not even really concerned with it getting down to 156 at this point. 169.69 has strong support. It does. But it was less safe on one account. I mean, if you're concerned, if you have a concern, with the reliability of the brokerage that you've chosen, Rick, you can split your shares up. Fidelity is starting to get heat from investors DRSing, say it'll take 2 to 5 weeks to transfer, but people are saying they can't find the shares. I mean, they have a window in which to facilitate their transfer, and they can maximize that window if they so choose. Some of Gutty beats. So, it could be that shares are, hard to come by. It could be that Fidelity just doesn't want to lose the customers. So they'll just, if they notice a trend of people moving their shares out, they'll just slow down the process, right? Not devote manpower to it, because ultimately, like, it doesn't benefit Fidelity in any way for everyone to fucking leave the computer share, right? Are you concerned about that concrete resistance at 696.90? No. What's a good strike price for November 9th? That's a weird date. Is that a weekly? I don't know. Those 140Cs did a thing. Interesting. You think of selling more CCs or your BAG next week, or did you do it Friday to capture the theta from the weekend? Do you usually wait until next week for that type of thing? I'll think about it like next week. I might just sell them today. Stock's really not looking that good. Maybe it'll bounce. That's not true about Fidelity. My transfer took T+2, started on Friday last week, delivered Wednesday morning. I think it's Fidelity just saying it could take that long, but it's not in fact. Because I haven't heard anybody reporting that, it's taken 2 weeks for their shares to transfer. I've just heard Fidelity saying it takes 2 weeks, and I feel like that's just something they tell everyone, right? Seems the SEC doesn't care about market manipulation. Why doesn't a large, which also just seems like people trying to drum shit up where there's nothing. Why does a large institution just start the squeeze by themselves, acquiring a bunch of shares and sell it during the squeeze? You still have to make a case to your investors for why you're going to do that. So when you're investing other people's money, right, you have a fiduciary duty. You can't just be like, oh, I think I can squeeze this fucking stock, right? Now, some independent rich person could do that, like some billionaire, but why would they? They're already a fucking billionaire. Why take any risk when you have that much money? You can let other people take risk on your behalf. I thought they were going to go push it into roll, Red King. I didn't think they would fail the roll. And if you look at my daily DD today, there's a link to one of my videos on what I think happens after they fail to roll. Why is Jimmy's negative beta bringing the market down? Seems different. I mean, the pricing on those is like block orders, KO. A 1 week in on TDA, and they said 2 to 3 weeks. I don't know anything about TDA's transfer times. Have you spoken on the October 1st 1 trillion requirement for banks? No. I don't know what there is to say about it. It's like due tomorrow. I'm sure they already have the money ready. Yeah, they've had. It's not like they're unprepared for this, right? New Kraken report on the future use of NFTs just dropped. It's called Redefining Digital. Can you DM that to me? Because that's actually interesting. Proof rock. No webcams or mod. As people are already posting account numbers on the 350K. For 10% to be registered, we only need 20 shares per account. Okay, I mean, ideally more than 10% registered, but Mikas, I don't think a lot of those accounts have 20 shares in them. Additionally, if accounts are closed or moved or sold out of that number, that 350,000, that's a running total, right? So that number will keep going up no matter what happens to the previously opened accounts. I don't think there's any reliable data there. It's kind of just like a hopium stance. Like, oh, I really hope all these 350,000 possible accounts have 20 shares in them each. It's kind of ridiculous. I think Uncle Sam wants his taxes or next. I think they have more shit to worry about than the taxes. What happens if late October doesn't happen? Your theories. Well, I do think there's a possibility, right? That, and I've discussed this a bunch already, that they can do this twice, like fail to roll two times in a row. So I think no matter what, we're gonna go up on like November 24th or 25th. But um, I do think that there's a chance that it will run in mid October, but not very hard. And then it's gonna like level out, run on the 24th in November, and then begin to move into the next cycle. Because I mean, the data that I'm looking at to kind of try to prove this theory, they did this twice last year, right? The same effect in September and in December, where we had little to no volume running into that roll date before January happened. But if you go back and look, it still ran uh, in October. And I mean, I guess it was significant given the price that we had back then. Like we had this run up here, which was like the first anomaly, right? Hold on. Fucking Epic Pen doesn't work. So we had this first anomaly here, and this was this is the cycle we're in now, September through December. And then the second anomaly, obviously, was the January one. Now these all coincide with one another. They're the same, but if we look at volume in the previous cycle back here in June through or March through July, we see that they did in fact cover into the roll. So they rolled here, and then they failed here and here, right? And then if we look at this year, all the quarterly events this year so far, they've rolled until our most current one, where they failed. So I expect we'll get an anomaly either way. I just don't know if it'll be the right one, and that's going to occur in this window here, where these lines are. And then, you know, our next cycle begins here on November 24th. And it's that same pattern is true for every single quarter going back 6 quarters. The only variation is either do they roll the futures or do they fail. And it's split 50-50 between the last 6 quarters. There are six rolls and 6 fails, or 3 rolls and 3 fails. Sorry. When people are DRSing, does the broker have 2+2 to find the shares, or is it a longer period? I think they have a certain period of time to transfer the shares, which they tell you, the 2 to 5 weeks. I don't know how long it takes for Computershare to actually register them. I don't think they have a specific time period to like pull that slip from the DTC. Do you typically play options at the beginning of the week, or would you buy whenever, depending on the technical analysis? I mean, I'll buy whenever, depending on the technical analysis. But you know, if I'm buying weeklies, then you know, I'm not holding them for long periods of time. Like very rarely will I buy a weekly and hold it from Monday through Friday, right? Usually if I buy a weekly on Monday,
I'm out of it by Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Um, if I buy a weekly on Wednesday, I'm usually out of it by Thursday or Wednesday. And if I buy a weekly on Thursday, I try to be out of it by Friday, like morning. And that's to try to offset the theta decay on those options because it's very high. If I'm buying them longer out, that's a different story. It's something you have to factor into whatever play. So like IRNT is a good example of this. So I expected IRNT to come down. Um, Yesterday when it hit its like high of like I think it was like 25 something. I bought puts. And I bought them out on November 19th, right? And I bought them at 25, 20, which is like here, and 15, which is down here. And that's because, and I bought them so far out because I think it'll take some time for it to get below my $15 strike, right? I don't think that's going to happen this week, and so I gave myself enough time for the expected price movement to occur. It's occurring a little faster than I expected, but yeah, that's just a positive. So by buying more time, I reduce my risk. I hope that helps. Is that a Head and Shoulders? Ooh, that could be ugly. This might drag us down to about 165. I think there's no low support today, so it'll either bounce here, or I think we'll see some like downside, and it looks like it's gonna come down. Yeah. Any info on whether get hit with extra fees or anything for the fails? I mean, failing can cause forced buy-ins, Fluffiosa, from the lender. You have to deal with fails immediately. You can't just let them go. Especially if they start piling up like that. Yeah, dude. So you got 100 MSCI world shares to sell for more GME. Is there any point holding the ETF instead of selling now and holding cash? I don't even know what that tracks. MSCI world. Earth. So I guess if you're... I mean, are you saying that, like, in the event of a market crash, is it better to have it, or it's always better to be liquid during a market crash? So yeah, you want to be liquid during a crash because you want to be able to buy back in cheaper, right? So if you take your money out at, you know, whatever it was, like $130 a share now, right, and the market tanks and say it goes down to 110 or 100, right, then you buy back in. You can buy back in with greater leverage, right, because you still have $130 cash. Or you can hedge the downside of that and make money somewhere else in the event of a crash to offset your losses. What happens to options if the float is locked? It's interesting because they represent ownership, right? Porsche VW is an example of that. Because price and volume is the biggest sign Citadel is hurting. Elaborate. Wait, what? I don't understand your question. Longston spent several hundreds, hundreds of millions for the September 17th ramp for nothing. Nope, they didn't. And because they didn't roll it forward, and they had more than enough opportunity to do so, and more equitably, right? Like they could have rolled it forward at minimal losses, but because they didn't, I suspect that they left it in place for a reason. And I think that reason was to, you know, prevent them from rolling. Because frankly, it's the only one that makes sense. Thanks, Hun Gopher. I appreciate it. The spot is bouncing back and dragging us up with it. Well, it's not, right? It was looking good in the pre-market. China actually had a decent night, but that effect is not being realized here. The market continues to slip. There's a few things that'll turn this around. The debt ceiling, it seems to be like the big thing right now. And the infrastructure bill. But as long as those are up in the air, the market's going to kind of be up in the air too. No, market just coming down. We also just failed like that head and shoulders too, right? So I said we'd come down to about 165. It looks like we bounced a tiny bit at 166. Let me zoom in there. All right, if you're gonna call us bag holders, go find something better to do with your time, Huntstag. Don't forget to drop a dislike on your way out, please. Thank you. Zakira's other wife, thank you so much. I appreciate the donation. The news is though that Zakir may have other families as well, so hold on a little tighter to your money in these times of economic uncertainty. Just looking out for you. No, man, I'm waiting to buy more GME. Should I hold the money for that in an ETF or in cash? What are the pros and cons? Well, if the market moves down, then your money will move down and GME will also move down, Iron Archer. Whereas your cash will stay static, regardless of market action. So that's the risk, is that the market is unstable right now. So if you're holding money to buy GameStop and you're like waiting for a dip, there's a good chance that the ETF that you're holding money in will also dip. And so you're paying for the movement in the stock or the market either way. You're saying I should sell my GME and buy back in when the market crashes? I mean, if you don't want MOASS to happen, sure. Also, can you time it? The market could crash. GME could go down to like $80, but it might be for like 10 ticks, and then it, bounces and gaps up. And then you don't get an opportunity, then it, unhalts, gaps up, moves up again. And now you're above your original cost basis, right? Look at the flash crash in March. And you might end up with a few extra shares, but you also risk your whole position. Petition noted, MOASS. I mean, my cost basis is super low. I feel great. I don't give a shit if we're trading at 169. Hunstag is the Citadel intern who was tasked with watching the stream today. No, he just is having psychological problems holding the stock. Zakir's mom put their pickle in my jar. I just need to know how many sweaters I need to knit for Christmas or for my dude till daughters-in-law. Thank you, Zakir's mom. I think you could reach out to your son about that. He'd probably have a better idea. Polygamy isn't funny. Well, anything can be funny if it's a joke.
Zakir is not a polygamist. I think after MOASS, I don't think there's a short position on Burke. I heard that timing in the market always beats time in the market. No, that's not always true. It can, but not always. Do they not know that if they dip it anymore, people are just going to buy it out in CS? What makes you think that they know how much of the float retail owns? Has anybody thought about that? Like, why do you guys think that these guys are also operating on impartial data? They have more data than us. Or someone pay me to be a shill. Me too. Then I could buy more GameStop. So far, no good shill offers. Just shit like that thing with the teaching videos. Yep. I have an entire comment thread over in that post, Sam C. What's going all right? Man, I'm really far behind on chat. What's up, Brian? You just tagged me, but you didn't say anything? Ultimate birthday bounce and newfound tendies. Warren Buffett was the biggest short all along. He has a heart attack during MOASS. It's possible. So I don't think Buffett shorts things. He's very much of like the Benjamin Graham school where you just buy stocks at a discount. No offers? What are my payments for belly rubs to you? Belly rubs are free. I don't know why you pay me money. On standby to invest in Francoin, the ultimate currency. So we're back to basically where we were right before August 24th. No, we were at $160. We're at 169 right now. But yeah, I mean it's gone back down. That's possible, visceral. Good to know, Nathan. I don't smoke cigars. God, man, IRNT is just... It won't stop going down. I can't believe it's gone down this much in this short a period of time. $569K shortable at ATP. That sounds almost bullish. It's not 469. I wish they'd borrow another 100K shares. Ever since we put feces on the chart, the stock has only gone down. That's the last time I memorialize anyone's fucking goldfish, I'll tell you that much. Did you check out my question about FTD rollovers? Where is it? Am I just supposed to find the... Why don't you just ask me the question? What is your percentage gain on IRNT put so far? My 25s are up 1,112%. Channel at 168 right now, so that's our lower support today. I think we're fine there, or do we continue to bounce? I mean, I think we have room to the upside simply because of max paid 3CS or 3CS. I feel beyond dumb trying to ride IRNT to the moon. Well, you know, if a bunch of people hadn't tried to ride it to the moon, Riley, I wouldn't be making money on the downside of it right now. My 20s are up 572%. And my 15s are up 112%. What was your percent gain on the Baba play? You do the math, Moon. I'm never going to tell you. You'll never know. For the rest of your life, you'll never know how much I made on Baba. That's all I have left, but I'm going to use it. Dansome Lermer, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. You know what we all need today? We need a nice chant. I'm gonna give Dansome Lermer some extra chantings.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad.
Not so far, it's not a reverse head and shoulders. It kind of just looks like maybe another head and shoulders. Or a failed test of, you know, the, 60 EMA. gets me pumped up. What's your expiry for IR and T puts? 11/19. Sam B. All credit to Ben D. Shaft for creating the Gregorian billionaire chance. I'd love to see someone that is kind of interested in what this whole GME thing is about, searches on YouTube, comes to this stream for the first time, and there's just chanting. You don't have to worry about that, Matty Mo Money, because when you search GME on YouTube, you just get Matt Cores. Are you one of the vocals in the Billionaire chat? No, I'm not. Chat. Thank you for the donation, Corbin. Dan Sublimer, make sure you hit me up on the Discord so I can get you added after the stream, man. FTD's posted. Not sure how to pull the data. Yeah, I mean, this one's not that relevant, but you can it'll show us how many fails occurred because of the roll, but it won't show us the fails after expiration. It's on the SEC website though. Speaking of which, quads, can you start digging into that FTD data? See what pops up. Anything interesting? Not so. You also get Motley Fool's videos telling you why you should sell your GME immediately. Not joking. Yeah, I didn't think you were. Ooh. No. Damn it. Does it keep changing colors? This isn't showing the newest one secure. This is still only showing to August 30th. Now, this is an inverse head and shoulders. Now that we've bounced again.
Can I be an honorary quant? That's not how that works. Another 100K? So Fidelity now has 469K available to borrow? That's amazing. I just got banned from Meltdown. Did you see the guy going to GameStop HQ and giving a demand letter for books and records? I think he's going to get thrown out, but we'll see. Oh. All right, never mind. 4,000 shares were borrowed. Yeah, there's some Wyckoff distribution there. We might see a correction Monday. Like another low correction. Down here to like 430. What is this? I feel like those lines were from something else. That's not a Head and Shoulders, though, that you're looking at. If you had 5K to invest in an index, which index would you throw it at? I would wait for the SPY to tank and then buy a bunch of that. Was the push to transfer out of Robinhood to Fidelity a FUD campaign? No. A lot of that push had to do with the fact that Fidelity at the time was very long GameStop. Also, Fidelity is probably too big to fail. Yeah, okay, cool, Daddy. I mean, I don't expect that FTD report to have anything relevant. The first one I'm really interested in is the one on the 15th in October. What price points were you looking at for entry on GME prior to October 11th? Oh, I mean, whatever low we hit.
Anything below 180 is solid, but if I can hit a nice short attack next week or something, I might be able to get a better entry. Delicious. I'm basically a skincare quant. So when you move over to the beauty stream post mass, I'm your girl. Good to know. We'll start a beauty tips DD channel. I mean, I'm not going to say that this skin happens overnight. Question from the chat. Is there anything about the end of GME's fiscal year, end of January, that caused the FTD to pile up that we saw? Do FTDs need to close before the fiscal year is out? That's a good question. I have no fucking clue. Possible. I don't think so, because it started so much in advance, right? Like that, the run-up really started during Ryan Cohen's initial buy-in, right? I think that's the point at which it was realized that the short position was not going to be able to, survive. That they weren't going to be able to close it at a profit, and GameStop wasn't going to go out of business. And I think that's really what started to drive the price increase. And that price increase made those cycles more visible in the charts. But yeah, I'm sure that there could be something to do with the end of GME's fiscal quarter. I just don't know what it would be. I don't think its FTDs are due by then, because FTDs work on market cycles. They're like the underlyings, fiscal quarters are irrelevant to it. I will say that it's very interesting that Ryan keeps doing earnings right on the fucking rollover dates, though. Have you updated your take on DSR? My take on DSR has never changed. AJ, Kayani. And if you want to know what my take on it is, you can go check out my stream from September 20th. I go pretty in depth in like the first 30 minutes after I get on camera about what that take is. Paging Bear Stearns. What about TD Ameritrade? Just a self-clearing brokerage. Chosen because it wasn't Apex Clearinghouse. But now we're kind of more aware that it wasn't really Apex's fault, but specifically Robinhood's, which I suspected all along. Because like my trading on, like, I had some GameStop options on WeBull going into the run up in January. And I mean, trading was down for like about an hour, but then I was up and running, no problem. And Fidelity was also down, as was Schwab for a period of time. So like, but Robinhood turned the buy button off all fucking day, right? So obviously the majority of orders for GameStop are coming in on Robinhood, probably due to its notoriety, ease of setup. A lot of people already had it going into that price action. Like you can buy stock after downloading Robinhood within like 5 minutes, right? And since you had a lot of people FOMOing in that had never bought a stock in their life, that was like the go-to.
So shutting off the buy button there had a massive impact on the FOMO that would have eventually driven the price up to levels at which margin calls would have occurred. Fidelity has an AUM larger than most countries' GDP. Johnny. Yeah, Fidelity never turned off the buy button, not once. They went down. They had server problems. It was hard to log in. But that was just, that was everyone. That wasn't, something specific to them. I have a feeling that the short hedge funds have begun their final fight. I think they've been in it for months. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be anything there. Thanks, Atomic. What do you think a realistic retail GME shares average would be as an estimate? I'd say we probably own like 1.5 to 2 times the float. In stock before you start considering like options ownership. Didn't raise the debt ceiling. Needs to pass the Senate, which it won't. It will. I'll say it again. The Senate minority leader, who is currently pushing back against the debt ceiling raise, was also the last person to raise the debt ceiling. It's the same shit every time. Yep, those are the big boys, John Wolin. I don't think they'll fuck with anybody trying to sell it, right? Because they ultimately, if MOASS occurs, Citadel won't even fucking exist anymore, right? Oh, there. Yeah, Schwab has even more assets under management than Fidelity. They're all big boys. Only Fidelity, Vanguard, and Schwab have publicly available brokerage services, though. BlackRock does not. So how much are we down on the T plus 69 shuffle? I know you mentioned 10. We're in a new cycle on T plus 69. So they didn't get the requisite volume. They will have fails, and now a new cycle starts. The mark of a new cycle starting is usually a bunch of shorting, right? Which you can see occurring now. I don't know anything about eToro. Total of 44K fails in September first half. Not a lot. Was that the peak, or are you adding them all up? That's a rolling total, right? So, as of September 14th, there were X failures to deliver on GameStop. It's like 7,000 or something like that. I have the data right here. Hold on. Ooh, coming back up. Yeah, okay, so 7,135. Looks like it peaked around 831. Wait, where's 824? Oh, I'll have to go find a more complete data set. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a huge help to the channel, and I would appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I banned Huntstag. I was tired of listening to his bullshit. Once he started calling us bag holders, that was it. He can go fucking rant on GME Meltdown with the rest of them. Everyone is buying Dole. I mean, I'm not. I kind of want to, but I don't have any like long-term capital that I want to invest right now. Most squeezes, Matt W, have some sort of dip before the squeeze kicks off. The point at which the shorts know they're fucked, they try to bring the price down, but not necessarily. They don't all have that. Some squeezes kick off of an uptrend, right? What do you think about the theory that brokers are just taking our money and not acquiring actual shares? I think that's probably bullshit. As you know, they intend to register their shares in their street name, right? So they want them. That becomes part of their assets under management. It's not like brokerages just aren't, having assets under management. It's like, oh, we'll just take the cash and not have the asset. It's ridiculous. Somebody's cut his teeth on politics. You're 100% right. They always do this. Yep. McConnell isn't even pushing back against the raise. He's just nakedly saying he wants it. And that's because they need a majority, right? So they need Republican votes to pass it, unless they pass it in the next financial thing where like it only needs a vote of like 51 or whatever. So it's just being contrarian, right? Which is like McConnell's thing. His answer is to always just do nothing, which isn't actually an answer to anything at all. That's not anything to do with the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. I don't give a shit about either one of them. That's just what he does specifically. That's his tactic that he likes to employ. So the U.S. government set to run out of money. Why don't they just give each of them $1,200? That should do it, right? I tell you, a lot of shit would change if we started paying politicians $1,200 a year or a quarter. Let's make it a quarter. It's hard to live off $1,200 a year. Actually, they'd probably just collect more bribery money and gifts, campaign contributions. Look up Delaware 2020 demand. This demand was left at the GameStop headquarters 2 days ago. I know what it is. But they can also just tell him that there's an active SEC investigation and to fuck off. So. We'll see. It'll be cool. If we get the data, awesome. If we don't. Well, of course they don't care if the government shuts down. They're already rich, right? Can anyone confirm or provide proof of a sell limit over 100K? I thought that was false. That there was a capped sell limit. There's probably additional steps to selling for more than 100,000 or whatever. Do you explain to a Europort ape what all that stuff about debt ceiling? So essentially, the government runs on debt. It needs that money to keep operating. If the cap gets hit, you know, and we default on the debt ceiling, our credit, like our nation's credit will get downgraded, which drops the value of the US dollar, creates all kinds of problems. But every time we go into the debt ceiling needing to be raised, both of our political parties use that as a moment to do a lot of grandstanding and, you know, push for their agendas, instead of just passing the fucking thing as an order of business, which is what they should do. Yep. So that's basically it.
I'm pretty far back in the chat. Or debt limit. They could also say you have the right to see them, but we deny it. If you want to see them, you have to sue us. Yeah. I passed a Wendy's dumpster on my way to work. The Dans erected a sign called Dan Stop and vigorously milked a bull until near death. Please advise. Try to forget it. Lock it away in your memory. Move on with your life. Yeah, no problem, Grizz. I spent 10 minutes on Super Stonk over the weekend reading posts also. So I know how you feel. It can get a bit much. Just don't assume because somebody posts something that they know more than you do. and just because it has upvotes doesn't mean it's true or accurate or factual in any way. What made you change your mind on the possibility of a second roll cycle? I thought our current price point made that too difficult to do compared to last time. I think it does. I still think it does, but there may be some other thing that I'm missing, Samuel, right? That could mean that they can do it twice. There might be some mechanic that I don't know about, right? That allows them to allow this anomaly to occur 2 times. I don't think so because of our price. But, you know, I'm hedging my bet there, right? GameStop has surprised me on a few occasions, you know. And there are mechanics here, you know, like the knowledge you have to dig into this is really like multiple different professions, right? This isn't like my forte, right? Like I've had to learn so many things about ETFs and derivatives that I never would have needed, you know, in my actual profession. And I think that's one of the reasons that I don't think short hedge funds or long funds know really all that much more than us, is because you need to get together such a large group of different expertise to really get to the bottom of this. From, you know, financial engineers to mathematicians to forensic accountants. Like there's so much, and so I'm leaving the room for possibility, flexibility in the theory, and that there is a chance that they could fail twice, because if for no other reason they failed twice before. So they failed to roll twice the first time. There's no reason to assume that they can't fail twice this time. Is everyone in here anti-DRS? I don't see how you could be if you've read the DD. I've read the DD, and I am not anti-DRS. I'm not doing it. That doesn't mean I'm against it. It's just not a choice, not something I want to do with my shares. Wrath of Khan. But there's several people in this chat and in my Discord, lots of them, that have registered their shares with ComputerShare. And, you know, that's just, I just want people to do the research, not read the DD. They can read the DD if they want, but they should do their own research before making that decision with their own finances. That's all. And I agree with the DD on DRS. I think it will have an effect on the number of fails that begin to occur on GameStop, which can lead to a squeeze.
Did you learn about ETS from Charlie's vids? No, his video on that was totally fucking off the wall. BBIG starting a run. I hope so. It looks like it. Carbon steel pans. Mouse ID. Yeah, carbon steel is an alternative to cast iron. It's much lighter. It's usually what they use in professional restaurants. Stainless is good too, but it doesn't retain heat as well. So carbon steel is kind of in between the two. Without the money offerings, the main factor in the ability for them to roll the previous cycles. That's possible. I've considered that box. Competition should be the thing that regulates them best, D-Pipe. And that there is someone on the other side of every trade, right? So, Citadel's so powerful, you know, but like Citadel's using shorts lent to them by people like BlackRock and Fidelity, right? Who, if Citadel, fails to deliver, they get fucked. And those people have just as much power and influence as Citadel does, if not more. I mean, BlackRock definitely has more, right? So it's ultimately the fact that those people aren't going to allow themselves to be fucked over that protects us. M Button, if you want to go watch my stream from 9:30, you can get an idea of what my concerns are. The first 30 minutes I'm on camera, which is about 30 minutes into the stream. I discuss computer share for quite some time. I don't want to do it again, but if you want to go back and look at that, you can get an idea of what my concerns are. And I've talked to the people who wrote the DDs over on Discord, that you guys are referencing, and I had a slightly different position on it initially. I do see potential for an effect. I am not against it, but I do think people need to do their research before allowing that risk on their portfolio. September 20th. I think you said 9:30. Wait, what? Visceral? What are you talking about? Does Vanguard lens outshares ears? What? Dan Aykroyd? It's not on my end, guys. It's just YouTube. Refresh the stream if you're having a problem. You can tell from volume when they're shorting. This just looks like a failed test. Possibly some day traders getting out from the low. That's all. Possibly some shorting as well, but not much. A couple thousand shares. They just don't want a crossover of that resistance. What's my... Oh, okay. It's all there. Steinberg, I cover it in the video that I pinned to the chat. That Zakir so kindly linked. Thank you, Zakir. The risk is that you will not be able to sell those shares during MOASS. Steinberg. That's the risk. Oh, 9/20, yes, sorry. 9/20 is the date, sorry. Today's 9/30. You cut out on Discord audio for about 20 seconds too. Interesting. My upload showing that it's fine. I don't have any interruptions on my upload. Okay. Thank you, Visceral. Yeah, I misspoke. 9/20 was the date of the stream. I mean, like, are you gonna shame the guy who has, you know, like 3 shares and they're not DRS'd? Like, that's what I'm kind of worried that this is coming to. Like, you know, you fucking maybe held all the way through January to now, and you're not an ape if you don't DRS like your ex holding. It's fucking ridiculous. That's not what this, you know, community was built on. That's not what it's been about. And I refuse to participate in making it about that. You should do your research. If it's a decision that you think you should make financially, then you should make that decision on your own, regardless of other people's feelings on it. And to date, we still have 0 proof of the effectiveness of DRS. Now, that doesn't mean I disagree with the thesis that it will have an effect. I'm just saying that we still do not have proof of that effect, which we won't have until October 15th at the earliest, really October 30th. And while I think a small amount of DRSing should have gone on to test that hypothesis, it looks like it's just going all in. So we will see the effects if they are there. There are ways for them to short the stock without having a real fucking share. They don't need your shares. And that's something that needs to be considered. The reason that DRSing is valuable is that it forces them to turn to the OW to try to, you know, satisfy those FTDs, and the lenders will need shares. But that could be a much slower process. This can take a lot of time. It can speed up buy and hold, but it can still take time to show an effect. It's like all the posts about like dark pool percentage being down or anything, that's just bullshit, right? Because we're not going to see that kind of effect yet. Like everyone was posting that dark pool percentage is down to 29% the other day, and then it was up 7% yesterday. Short percentage by volume per day is up at 70%, and 3 days ago it was down at 50. So I don't agree with people lying to the community about it. And that's what that is. If you misrepresent data in order to push an agenda, you're lying. Yeah, it did, Proof Rock. Are we waiting? We're waiting to see. There's no disproving it. DRS will have an effect. We will see how great of an effect on the 15th and 30th of October as those SEC FTD reports come out. Gold XX, and you don't have some of your position in CS, you're a leech. Really? Plain and simple, do your damn research. It doesn't sound like you have, because Pickles doesn't know what he's talking about. I do. Probably far better than you. But thanks for the money. I appreciate that. I'll use that to buy more shares in my Vanguard account. Prick. Can you speak on the obligation warehouse? What makes securities FTD eligible to be sent to the obligation warehouse? CNS. So the nets, like the net settlement, allows them to. This is from Trimbath's book. Hawkins, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream, man.
I want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Crazy rapper, hashtag not a cult.
Thank you, Hawkins. Oh, I mean, they want the stock, not just the money, right? Brandon. It's much better to have the asset than the cash. Now, to delay that order and make, 10 cents off the arbitrage between the time you place the order and the time they buy it and take profit from that exchange, that's advantageous to them. It's taken a lot longer than you originally thought from the beginning of the year. I mean, I originally thought we were just going to squeeze in January, right? I thought it looked pretty fucking good for March. But it looked great going into earnings in June. Think we'll break up or down from the 9-month mega wedge? I think that's just bad TA. Not selfish, cautious, Conrad. Cautious is not necessarily selfish. This isn't a group participation event, right? This isn't collusion. This is individual investors making decisions on their own. So there is no selfish. We already have plenty of evidence that buy and hold alone works. DRS simply accelerates the process. So if you have bought and you have held, then you are not selfish or a leech. I love that you love my leech as much as yourself, and truth will always be told here. Send me your beauty products catalog, please. I need to refresh before I go back on Trader Joe's on T+69 and pick up some ice cream Sammys. Thank you, Captain Leech's wife. I appreciate that. We don't know if DFE DRS'd or not. We may never. Next resistance is 650. 625, I think, is a resistance on BBIG. Quick name. Will the GME report we're waiting on have any effect? No, it's just a report. It simply just tells us about the data. It doesn't. It doesn't change what's happening, and it comes so far after the fact that it's almost irrelevant. I've rewritten my feelings like 10 times. I don't think it matters. Take a hug. Friends and shills alike. All the pickle jar advocates for is fully informed decisions. We don't believe in blind loyalty to anything outside of the Dans. Buy and hodl friends. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I appreciate that. As always, you are the positive light that guides our negativity. Imagine paying $3 to post logical fallacies. I like the stock. Buy and hold. Yeah. Is the mother of all wedges not valid? It's poorly drawn. And pretty inaccurate, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know who fucking drew it. Didn't Warden draw the mother of all wedges, like, way back when? And I was like, it's not really a wedge. Like, that was like, I feel like that was like my first post ever, was kind of calling Warden out for drawing his wedge incorrectly. And someone's done it again. You can't just draw a big fucking triangle around the stock and be like, that's it. That's what's happening here. And given that every actual technical breakout we've had has been shorted into the fucking ground, all it really indicates is a time at which they're going to short the stock a bunch. Are there option dates building? I mean, the ramp is there's ramps building out, and there's ramps that are already in place further out. Elliot Wave guy been real quiet, has he? He was a bit off on the SPY last I heard. Yeah. I mean, it's whatever. I don't mind answering the questions. I fuck around, but that's actually why I do this, right? Is to answer those questions. It might have, yeah, protege. I think going into January, nobody had any fucking idea the magnitude of this. I think what a lot of people who are pushing DRS don't realize is that by not just encouraging the research and knowledge of DRS, how it works, and what effect it will have, by encouraging this, pushing this like group mentality towards it, you actually push away the people that might have DRS'd otherwise. I will not, Dad Almighty. I'm not going to advertise your services for you. I do have IRNT puts still. Yep, they're still going up. I only sold 2 yesterday. Taurus. What are the chances that this dip will continue until the end of the week next week? I think it will continue through next week, Sky, but we could, I don't know if it's going to be entirely a dip, right? I think there'll be fluctuation. I think the price point between like 180 and 170, right around there, is going to stay pretty solid. Put their pickle in my jar. Is this channel where the viewers give away money? Count me in. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Bithead. Hi, my name is Red Ranger, and I'm a Gurkaholic. Going 3 months unclean, binge leeching off your information. Thanks. Thanks, Red Ranger. I appreciate it, man. That was Warden's Edge. Put a Pokeball on the chart. Did you ever talk about the CMKM, CMKX thing? I mean, kind of a different circumstance and scenario, Corn Trader. And like, I feel like that a lot of the anti-DRS fucking DD is also bullshit, right? Like that instance is very specific. There was collusion to lock up shares among the shareholders. The fucking company was like an irrelevant OTC stock. And OTC stocks do not have that, guarantee of market protection that you have with something like GameStop that's, traded on the Russell 1000. So equally bullshit, right? How do I get good at TA? I recommend starting with Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Griffin. It's a good place to start and learn the basics. So you're Warden's dad, right? No. So you're sort of saying TA doesn't work on GME? I don't think it works on GME in the short term at all. I mean, it does work, right? JFresh, right? All the technical indicators that we've looked at have brought on the DD that we've researched. Model leech, pickle in my jar. GME direct, educate yourself. Don't go fuck yourself. There's no leeches. Winners and losers using some of their data. How do you improve that? Wouldn't there be money in doing that? What's actually stopping them? Not a lot. What's your target to sell your IRNT puts? I mean, all of them but my 15s are like significantly in the money at this point, so I'm just gonna let it run. When does the market get bad enough to ignite MOASS regardless of price of GME? We'll see. I mean, the market can chop sideways for a while. It's coming down right now. But this may just be that like double bottom that I spoke of. We have some room down to like 430. Crossing 430 could be pretty significant. John J. Murphy. Sorry. Technical John J. Murphy. It's not my fault. I haven't read the book in like 7 years. All right. Don't answer my troll comment with a real answer. How rude. How rude of you to drop the troll comment in the first place, JFresh. How do I get good at TA? Should we answer? Keep throwing money at options until you lose it all. I take offense at my leeches being disrespected. They have great medicinal value. Help me to reattach my finger. They got too close to a Dan's mouth. Thanks for always answering our questions. Please consider this a down payment on your next October electric bill. Thank you, Corn Trader. This is great TV. Thanks, Jacob. Dragon Slayer here. I think there might be a pentagram forming, signaling a vomiting camel formation, which aligns with Cetus during the full moon next month. Bullish. I like it, Sky. If you could, maybe like map me out like a star chart so you could look at like the next 30-day cycle. I don't think anyone's a shill. I think people are just misinformed. They're misinformed on my opinions. They're misinformed on their own opinions, right? Like when you start building your opinions off of fallacies, you're just going to create more. Increase in IV, Tyler. Did Yellen's October 18th timeline line up with you? It kind of falls right in the middle of two of those T35 cycles. I have one that ends on the 13th and one that ends on the 21st. And the 18th is kind of dead center there. So that was interesting, I guess. Maybe Yellen's just trying to tell all of her fucking rich cronies that pay her to speak at events that the market's going to crash on the 18th. Wouldn't want them not to make money on puts weeks in advance, right? Gherkin explained it well. I can't afford to DRS. And that's fair, man. But that doesn't make you a fucking leech, right? Like, you might be a lot of things, Smooth Gotti Beat, so you drive me fucking nuts sometimes, but you're in here every day. You buy and hold. Can you look at GoGo? I just bought 10-15 puts yesterday, so obviously it's going up. I mean, price action today is not super remarkable, but last couple days is good. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Is there some sort of news on it? Is this like one of the D-SPAC plays? If you have puts far enough out, maybe just ride the peak and see if it tanks. It looks like, I mean, there's potential for it to come back down to, 12 and 10 if it fails this breakout. It doesn't look like volume's increasing from the 28th. So it looks like it's going into an uptrend. We'll look at it on the 4-hour. Yeah. So it's breaking out to the upside. I don't know. I'd imagine you're super fucking underwater in your puts already. So if they're far enough out, hold them, see what happens, because you've probably already lost most of the money on that position, I'd guess. I thought stonks only went up. Can you throw a server up for star charting analysis? I'm feeling all right, Vince. How are you doing, man? I agree with your assessment. DRS will apply more pressure to the shorts, but they don't need real shares to short. Yeah. I think DRS JFresh really applies the pressure to the lenders, not so much to the shorts. like DRSing could force a recall, and that would be significant. What's a Wall Street Bets DD about? About what? SPY closing under MA 100 bearish. Yeah. BBIG coming up quick. God, my eyes are so blurry today. Check your DMs on Discord. Yeah, I mean, Zakuro, don't worry about that because nobody can like click a link on a Ko-Fi, right? Obviously, guys, if somebody posts a link to a website in a Ko-Fi donation, that is a security risk. Don't visit that website as you have no idea what it is. Isn't it possible that's the actual reason brokers gave up on fighting against fee-free trading? It's possible. 11 shills disliked your vid. Put them in their place. I don't give a shit. GoGo is an airline Wi-Fi company that beat earnings by 700% last quarter. It was being shilled on Wall Street Bets by one of the silver shills as the next big squeeze, so I figured it was good to inverse. Well, you want to inverse at the peak, Skono. I mean, if you bought them out far enough, there's a chance that you can, ride the downside of whatever price action's occurring, right? So if you're trying to do that, if you're trying to play like I did with IRNT, right? As I bought really far out so that, it can run and then come back down. IRNT just came straight down, but like if like these de-SPAC plays and stuff, when they start, popping up and getting talked about a lot, the way to play the downside is to buy your puts early, right? You buy your puts here and then let it run, and then on the downside you make your money. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of just, you could just do that by analyzing the SPY instead of GameStop, Adam. But yeah, similar effect. We could see GME on the threshold list as early as Friday after hours, right? Possibly, yeah. I think that would be the first day that we could see GameStop pop up on the threshold list. Right? Wait, no. Next Monday, I think, actually. I'm in the paying to learn phase. Did you try the not paying to learn phase first? What do you think about MMAT? I'm not a big fan. If you give yourself enough time, you might see them print though, Edward. How far out are your IRNT puts? November 19th, Henry. God, they look good though. If it drops to $10, maybe I'll buy myself a pickle colored Lamborghini. Used. A used pickle colored Lamborghini. Yeah, I know that, Teddy. Thank you. But yeah, I'm aware. Thumbs up, thumbs down, doesn't matter. .420 is not a potential crash zone. It's .420 is the zone at which it goes into that. That's the second correction zone. It can still bounce from there. It's harder, but it can still bounce. If I were to double down on my puts though, I'd be doing it under .420. The not paying to learn phase requires you to not be a degenerate gambler. All right, fair enough. Where's the undo button on my TDA account? I made some questionable trades I would like to take back. You know, some people have done that successfully. Probably fraud. There was a post on Wall Street Bets about, oh God, it was like some guy bought puts on something and it like immediately crashed. And he called them and he said he meant to buy calls. And I guess he like argued with them enough that they gave him his money back. So theoretically, brokers actually be the ones with everything to lose from a MOASS event. I don't want to believe that, but just, I mean, they have something to lose, right? There's definitely risk on the line for them, but they are also the margin callers. So they're not going to let that risk slip out of their hands. If it drops to $10, will you YOLO your gains into GME? I don't know. Maybe some, probably. I still have some more like IT like in the money options that I wanna exercise. So that's how I'll be YOLOing, is by clearing up the rest of my like long term options positions. BBIG testing 650. Cool. Yeah. Actually, I kind of wanted to hit 750. Too early to buy into. I think I'm gonna eye a little further out than 11.19 just in. But I'm still thinking about it. We'll see. We'll see how they look next week. What do you consider when determining how far out to get? Out's playing the downside of a run. It depends on where the ramp, like the gamma is. KO. Like I'd be looking for like the open options interest and buying further out than that, right? Because like if that a lot of those Wall Street plays, if they're going to run, they're going to run due to those gamma ramps that they build, right? And so like I'd be looking out past that open interest. So the open interest is like say here on like 10.15, right? I'd be looking out on like 11.19 to play the downside of that. And the cool thing about that is if it just goes down, right? And like, even if it doesn't run and it's a failed pump, right? And it doesn't get the traction, like you still make money. Whereas if you're playing the long side, the only opportunity is if it runs. A grown adult got to do a takesy backsies, essentially. I've heard of some other instances, but in those, like the brokers are actually at fault. There were issues. That's why I said to like I've told you guys this before, to be a trader, right? You have to be the one who's wrong in the room, right? Like you have to be the one who everyone thinks is an idiot. And that usually means that you're right. Like IRNT is a good example of this, and that like all the sentiment for IronNet right now was super bullish, right? Like everyone's like, this is going to the fucking moon. Let's watch it rip. And, ultimately the downside was the actual truth of it. And that, it looked to me like they'd gotten their stock up to a price where they could start collecting some funding and, raise the float. And that applies to so many things in life besides just trading. After the 420 correction zone, 400. A drop below 400 would indicate a crash. Yeah. You can buy options data services. You can look on WeBull in the options menu. It'll show you open interest as a number. Adam, I wrote a whole comment thread in that post that you can go look at. Because you don't know if it'll go up, cool daddy. all you know about a pump and dump is that's the only guarantee. Pumps are not nearly as successful as dumps. 9/16/38. What? Dumps, nice. You think market psychology is more important than TA? Same thing. In a way, Visridge. But yes, I think market psychology, ultimately, understanding it and knowing how to use it to your advantage is probably the best tool you'll learn over time to make money in the market. Cool. How do I learn market psychology really fast? Only experience. Am I wrong in believing that MOASS is super close, like 1 to 2 months? You keep saying these like very leading statements, Stefan, about how you feel about the stock. It's weird. Stop having feelings towards your ownership in a company. Are Platkins hard? Do they float? It depends. Thoughts on the debt ceiling vote tomorrow? If that doesn't pass, do we see a big dip on Monday? It's possible. But not because it's something that's going to affect the market, right? Just the sentiment. It's just the psych, like that's a move on the psychology of the market, not like an immediate. It's not like immediately when they don't pass the debt ceiling increase, the market goes down, right? Because it has to. Last time I super chat anything outside of perm funds. What did you super chat? Did I miss it? Oh, bearer of bad news. CS discussion is 9:16, beginning at 36 minutes. Don't know where 9:20 began, but I played through a good bit of it. No pertinent info. I'm pretty sure it's the 9:20 stream where I talk about CS. I don't know. I can't check right now, Fronium. Thank you for letting me know. It should be last Monday, right? Yeah. Did you join as a member? I'm sorry, the chat keeps like jumping around and I'm way behind on it. What membership level are you, Smooth Gotti? I have to play you tunes. Sorry, I'm out of it today. I still only slept for 6 hours in the last 72. So Cornichon. Thank you so much, Smooth. I appreciate it, man. Sorry I missed that. A reminder, today is Adam Aaron's birthdays. AMC streamers are probably supplicating, groveling at the feet of their slug lord for morsels of popcorn. That sounds about right. Yeah, I know it's not the start of the video. Because I wasn't even, like, I start the stream at like 8:30 and I don't even join in until later. The guy got fed up with SPCE and took a 16K loss yesterday, only for it to rocket up 12% today. And that's why I used to read Wall Street Bets, for stories like that. B-Jets. Now all I have is Moonwind. Wikipedia is almost exact on the Ken G page. What? If BBIG can beat the 660-ish resistance, looks like 7, or do you consider resistances from extended hours as well? You can, just because it runs a lot overnight. Quick name. Like, it has an unusual amount of volume in after hours, so it's probably better to look at it on like the 4-hour for your support resistance. Any stock that moves a lot overnight, you should do that. The SPY also is another one. But Moonwind is all you need now. He's like the last taste of degeneracy that I have left. So IRNT ready to fall off a cliff again? I fucking hope so, because it's doing great things for me currently. GameStop's still just holding right here at like 170. This is better than I expected, honestly, with the market doing what it's doing. We could be doing worse. So, because the market is just coming down. If it doesn't get a bounce here, it could be pretty significant. Divergent, like that bearish divergence, and then to a lower support, like breaking through that low support, that's not a good sign for the market. Good for me, as I'm short as fuck the market, but bad for the market overall. I spent all night doing complex mathematics and realized we will see GME hit 300 before it hits 1,000. Mr. Beakers, it sounds like you're on the right track. You should, I'm not even kidding, write a DD about that. Today's drop below VWAP part of the market dropping? Absolutely. We've only traded like 1.4 million volume today. Right? Like, and so we're not going to counter the market on super low volume. Like, we will just be dragged down with it. That's why I said if the market tanks, GameStop will drop hard before it comes back. And expect that, you know, because the market does not look good currently. Please diamond hands so I don't miss MOASS. You picked a terrible time for a vacation, Evan. I bought them yesterday when they were like 20 cents out of the money. I just noticed you're dressed like Evil Kermit. Thanks. That would be possible DD. My mistake. I'm sorry. I actually no. I think that's in fact DD. Those are facts. He's. We need more of that. Didn't factor in the bid-ask spread though. DD debunked. I mean, I suppose theoretically you could gap over 300. It's like there's a concrete slab under the SPY at 430. Yeah, it's because it's a great dip buy opportunity, windmill. So it opened basically, yeah. It started to run it open, so I waited a minute. And then it looked weak at the like that resistance after it crossed 25, so that's when I bought in. Yeah, I kind of wish the volatility would pick up a little bit too, but I mean, it might. Once it gets low enough, you might actually see some real selling. Right now, there's still some hope. But people will cut their losses eventually. And then you'll get the volatility spike that you're talking about, which is kind of what I'm waiting for. I told you flash on RO DMI says retrace to 137. Okay. I'm not going to... I don't think an oscillator is a indicator of forward price movement. I also really don't think fib works, so retracements are meh. I know people use it or are successful with it. I don't, it's not really my style. I don't agree that we're going to go back to 137 in the near term, at least. Wait, you're telling me Elliott Wave guy isn't right? I mean, he was always right. He was just right the day after shit happened. Fib might work on large scale timelines. Actually, I think it works better on shorter ones, but Elliott Wave I feel like works a little better on long-term trends. But stable long-term trends, I don't think it works very well on highly volatile assets. Anything that's highly volatile, like GameStop, you know, presents issues for technical analysis. You have to make adjustments to factor in its volatility. What do you think of computer share? Oh my god. There's a link above. Oh no. You're gonna have to fast forward in the video a bit. Can somebody give me Secure, or if anybody has a chance, can you give me, like, put a timestamp in the comments on that video of when I start talking about CS so I can, like, bookmark it? Yeah, Anthony, I have like a thread of comments in that post. Beat you to it. 36 minutes, 9:16. Okay, so take this. I'll take this one down. Is that like the big conversation on CS? I feel like it's not. I feel like that was more recent, Fronium. I know I had a couple of them, but I think the big one is later. Yeah, well, that's what I'm gonna do once I have it timestamped. Is I'm just gonna clip it and make it into a video, so I can just be like, so I can just reference the video. So I feel like that'll make it a lot easier. 916 link is like a 2 to 3 minute gist. Uh-oh. I feel like it's still the 920 video. I don't know. I'll go check them both. I'll figure it out after. Not today, because I have shit to do. Speaking of which, I may end the stream early today so I can go to the bank. I've got shit to do with moving. I don't know if I'm going to yet. I was kind of waiting to see the price action today. But if it stays shitty like this, I might. I'll take over. I mean, I could leave it running, I guess. Yeah, I found a place. But I've got to go, like, negotiate stuff and deal with things. You found a place mold free. I did. Leave it up. We'll just watch. I could. I don't know how to loop all the music. That's something I'm not set up for. Dan gets 100 subscribers. See, that's why I kind of just want to close it. Thanks, Mass. I'm surprised I found a place so quick. This might be the fastest I've ever found a place in New York. How do you negotiate rent? Tell them you're not going to pay that much. Negotiate a price that's fair to the market value. You can extend the lease contract. You can always negotiate rent. Just because Zillow says it's the price doesn't mean it is. Zillow, price fixing the rental market. I like it. It's profitable. I'm definitely going to have to return our deposit now. I was never going to move to Maine. I like lobster, but not that fucking much. Not enough to live in Maine. Usually, dollar per square foot is a talking point for an area. Start there for negotiations. Never say a number first. Yeah. I mean, this place was supposed to be like 3,900, but it'd been listed for like 45 days in New York City. I was like, "Do you want to fucking rent it or not?" And the guy was like, "All right, fine." And so he took off 400 a month, but sometimes extra security, like, you know, if you, it depends. Some states that's not legal, but you can offer extra security in order to lower the price of the rent. Because, you know, sometimes landlords will charge a little more in the expectation that maybe their tenant will default, especially if they're like newer landlords or, you know, you can't really negotiate with management companies because they just have a price that they have to rent it at. But if it's like an individual landlord, you have a lot more room. You're crazy. It's paradise. I told my parents no rent until MOASS. Good job. They even got a good price. Yeah, they will. I pay a quarter of that and own a house. You pay a quarter of that because you don't live in New York. Right? Like there's a reason that they've gotten, 10 million people to pay 200% of the average home price in the US to live here, right? There's not no fucking reason for it. First of all, jobs in New York pay far more than their counterparts in other places because the cost of living is so high. There's a lot of benefits to living in a city, obviously. Medical care is significantly better than most other places. You have the best hospitals, best schools, best museums, probably in the country, right? You have public transportation, so you can take the cost of ownership of vehicles completely out of the equation. So no insurance, no car payments, no maintenance and repairs. Like there are benefits to living in a city that you're not factoring in when you're like, oh, I live in Idaho and it costs 1/8 of that. There's a fucking reason that Idaho costs 1/8. If you're happy in Idaho, awesome. But, for a lot of people, it's worth the price of admission. Texas has all of the above, but, 1,000 miles apart. And not all of the above, just some of it. Well, I didn't say fuck Idaho, Carl, but sure. I grew up in a city. I hate living in one, but I had to be here for other reasons. But not fooled. Consider, like, if you work in Boston, right? Like, you're 45 minutes outside of Boston and you work in Boston, you've got what, 2 hours of traffic a day? I'm not saying that you do work in Boston, but if you did, that's 2 hours of traffic a day. Say have like a middle income job, like you make 6 figures but low 6 figures, right? So you're making about $80 an hour. That's $160 a day in losses in just traffic, right? Like if I worked on Wall Street, I could walk out of my house and be at my office in 5 minutes. And that time cost is worth paying for. Living in a city, you can accomplish more things in a shorter period of time. Okay, Houston, I've been to fucking Houston. Don't call the climate in Houston moderate. It's hot as fuck and humid. All right. Yeah, there's more opportunity. For every position in a place like Houston that you have for a job and 200 applicants, here you might have 20 of those positions or 30. You have more applicants too, but there is more opportunity. Carl, I love how you're just taking just the full on negative side of all of this. Nice, J Fresh. J Fresh gets it. And yet, you know, you say that VWAP Dan Disciple, but yet more millionaires and billionaires live in New York City than any other part of the country, regardless of those taxes and cost of living. Right? So obviously for them, their time is worth more than the cost of living here. You can take all these New Yorkers back now, please. What are they polluting your woods? Bert C. I don't know if Houston's the worst part of Texas. I've been to West Texas, and I have to disagree with that. Also a different country, Sahib, so not really comparable. I mean, if I worked at an analyst firm in California, I'd get about, or like if I worked at an analyst desk in California, I'd get about a quarter, half of what I would get paid if I worked at one in New York City. And the cost of living's only like 20% higher. People from Leathercard arguing it has a good nightlife. I mean, that's another aspect too, right? The taxes in California are high. Not as high as New York City, but high. Philadelphia is stinky, Dan Almighty. All right. It sucks. It sucks. Everyone's left it for the last 300 years. Everyone who could get out has gotten out. Curious Dill will not be banned, Dan. Great for Texas. And yet, no one lives there. I wonder why. Like, isn't Texas like the fourth most populous state? Or fifth? Fourth, I think. And it's the biggest fucking one. Oh, the Gulf Coast? There's nothing like the smell of sewage in the morning. Oh, don't get me started on that, Snickers. Will you be setting up a corp for your day trading if Biden puts in the new capital? Yeah, I will. Level 6. Always a connoisseur. Yeah, but does Alaska really count? Do we have to count Alaska? The area in which Alaskans actually live is probably smaller than New York City. You could put all the Alaskans in Central Park, and they'd have a lot of room. Why such hate for the South? I don't hate the South. I love Georgia. South Carolina's cool. I don't like Texas. It's not my favorite place. Everything's too fucking far apart. Florida just sucks. It's hot, stinky, it's full of bugs. That's not hate for the South. But to be fair, I hate most things, so. Talk about Florida, the best state. Please come live with me and my fiance. What about Arizona? I mean, there's just not much there. There's Phoenix, which is hot. Like Arizona, it's just the climate, right? Like that's enough for me to stay out. Or fucking 110 every day during the summer. I think a trip to Phoenix's airport will dissuade most people from living there. You'd have to talk to a tax, like a fiduciary. Okay, buddy. It's really not information I'm qualified to weigh in on. Arizona has 16 different climates, all of them in Arizona. Oh man, I've seen people stabbed with screwdrivers on the subway. Uh like murder. I've seen attempted rape. You name it. But I mean that's just like what happens when you squeeze so many people together, right? Like all that shit goes on in other places in the country, but it's just like not talked about. The last time I was in everyone's favorite state, Arizona, some meth head just ran out in the middle of the freeway and got plowed into by a truck. So I mean, it's not like you can't see shitty things everywhere, run into shitty people anywhere you go. Yeah, New York just has more witnesses. I mean, I have puts on the SPY. I have positions in SQQQ and SPXS. I have puts on corporate bonds and the 20-year treasuries.
Sure, a bundle of joy here today. Thanks, Windmill. We're trying to keep it light and positive. Make sure IRNT keeps falling. It's doing just fine, isn't it? It's kind of bottoming out right now, but might be hard for it to fall through 16. But you also might see some larger selling once it does. I'm kind of proud of our boy here right now. It's tough out here in the suburbs. I mean, I've lived in suburbs where I've seen way crazier shit than I've seen in New York. I lived in like Lafayette, Indiana for like a little while. I don't know, like four or 5 months. And my fucking neighbor got hooked on oxys, and within 3 months his house had essentially turned into an opiate den where they would shoot guns in the backyard. So it's just like, you know, and that was a far more dangerous situation to live next to than anything I've lived in New York. And that's a nice town. It's you know, full of respectable working class people who own homes and cars, and it's considered fairly safe. When I met him, the first time I met him, he was like a fucking bank manager. 3 months later, running an opium den, or like an opiate den. I don't know if it was heroin or what was going on over there, but I mean, in America, yeah, right? That's the American dream. Living in a nice, safe neighborhood, owning a house and cars, and, you know, having enough income to live off of, right? That's the standard by which our society is set. Copium den. Weirdly high number of Purdue people on this stream and Reddit in general. Nothing else to do there. Tickled Pickle, 3 months here. Thanks for all you do. Come for the stock, stay for the chat. Appreciate having you, man. But don't think I hate any of the places you guys live more than any of the other places you guys live. I hate them all, but I also hate the place I live. It fucking sucks. Maybe the real question is there anywhere to live that doesn't? Unlikely. I think it's just your social status in that place that makes it more desirable. Like, if you're rich, living most places is awesome. You hate Huntington Beach, and correct in doing so. To be fair, I've hated Huntington Beach long before any of the current shit that's going on there. I don't know, Spain is pretty dope. I've heard. Which city serves the best hamburger pie? Love the west side of Mexico City and absolutely love it here.
Potentially sensitive content. You have to manually click to view. I mean, whatever. It's almost like these private corporations don't care about your right to free speech on their platform. I'm sure if you want to print those documents out and stand in a populated area and scream at people about them, you will be constitutionally protected in your right to do so. But assuming that a social media platform is going to give you, equitable free speech is absurd. Do not open a bank account in Lafayette. That's not what I said. Gotta up my beard game. Absolutely. Well, it's evidence of allegations. Smooth Gotti Beats. Let's see. Everything is alleged until proven in court. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some corruption. It's okay. Once I'm rich and living in a mansion, I'll probably fucking hate that too. Should be a grumpy life mentor post MOASS. The world's richest life coach. I mean, and I think the biggest issue is a lot of that evidence isn't going to go very far in court, unfortunately, because there is still no like proof of a conversation between Kenny and Vlad, right? And because they're a corporation, the corporation is responsible for the actions of its agents, not them as the CEOs. Unless it can be directly linked and they had knowledge of, right? Yeah, plausible deniability. Cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about FOMO coming in from it and whatever else it generates. Interesting, Cool Daddy. I don't like to be surrounded with other grumpy people, though. That just makes me depressed. You generally need to prove breach of fiduciary duty or failure of duty to care to pierce the corporate veil. Good luck. Yeah, I know. It's as sensational as it is, it probably won't lead to a lot. 2 billionaires going to jail? I mean, it's outrageous. Excuse me, sir. Have we discussed Florida yet? Yeah, we have, man. Don't worry. MOASS will happen and you can leave. What are the thoughts on the new FINRA doc? Haven't seen it. Santos. FINRA was aware of what they were planning early on the morning of the 28th. Okay. Where to live for you to hold me and tell me I'm pretty. You're beautiful, corn trader. Don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. Central Orlando, flamethrowers and 99-cent t-shirt shops. Oh, God. That's near where I lived when I lived in Florida. I'll never go back. I'm behind on a work assignment. Can you hit the MOASS button ASAP so I don't have to do it? No. That's not how this works. I didn't even live in Orlando. I lived outside of Orlando. You don't like 24/7 swamp ass. Well, I had a job for a long time where I traveled a lot, and it required me to stay in places for weeks or months at a time. And so I've been a lot of places. There's places I haven't been in the US, but not many. You lived in DeLand? No, Kissimmee. DMG 2 options for Cornichon. Welcome. Oh, awesome. No, I wasn't a carny. Although, that probably would have been a better job. Thoughts on Upper Peninsula, Michigan? Okay, so I've never been there. I haven't spent a lot of time anywhere really near the Great Lakes. I think like northern Chicago or like northern Ohio or northern Indiana would be the closest I've ever gotten to those areas. I lived by Mayo for a while, but it was the winter, so I didn't fucking go anywhere. I don't know how one becomes a carny. I'd imagine you just go sign up. I've been through Montana, but I've never stayed in it. There's a lot of that in like upstate New York too, Stefan. Like the like old like golden era homes that are in kind of disrepair. Except the areas probably aren't as nice.
FINRA complicit. This is big. What made you think the water at the hotel was any different, A user? Could it be a dental floss tycoon? When government shutdown? Would Yellen say the 18th? Town I'm in has one of the oldest housing stocks in the country. Have you never been to Massachusetts? Some of those homes are like from like the 1700s. Actually, all of the Northeast, the homes are they're definitely older homes here, right? Yeah, but some of them are beautiful. I mean, they need repair, but like gorgeous houses. I got like 6 hours of sleep. So I didn't sleep great, but I slept a little. Is this a good entry point in your opinion? Could be. What's this line? Has the fascist CS guy gone? Yeah, he left. Probably. Or he's still in here. Who the fuck knows? I have a lot of people that watch this stream that just hate me. That's fine. $1,600 early 1700s homes in Charleston. Yeah. Those, the like really old places, like 1600s, those tend to be kind of like small and weird. Very little doorways. I know, Han. I hate you in a loving way. That's weird, but thanks. DC has a lot of Dan Ryan homes from the early 2000s. Who the fuck is Dan Ryan? Have you ever lived in the Central Valley in California? No, and I would never. Thanks, Sorsha. Or Sortiara. Do you need anything from the shop? I'm just popping out. Can you get me some cheese and onion crisps?
Making a crisp Sammy? No, I just want to eat him. Hate cannabis? What? Who am I watching? I don't hate cannabis. You can fucking smoke all the weed you want. I just don't like it. I'm seeing people say FINRA is a government agency. Oh boy. Should someone surprise them? Kirk's only into mold huffing, which is pretty scary. Does it matter at all that we fall below our long-term trend line? No. We're already below it. I spoke on this last night. The markets are designed to be efficient, not fair. Self-regulatory bodies are in place because the market is not a right. You're not your participation in it is not protected by you being a citizen. Your right to access the markets can be revoked by the government, like a driver's license. What's the biggest scam? AMC, CBD, or chiropractors? Oh, Jesus. All three. They doubled the RRP participation amount. So each one went from 80 billion to 160. So of course it's going to go up. The limits went up. So the total is going to go up as well. The total is still insignificant. Is a limit when it's raised whenever needed? No. The limit is arbitrary, though. Thanks, Buck. Odds on this being a simulation higher every day. Corn trader. All right, guys, give me a second. I want to get some more coffee. Um, let me update Reddit for the first time in hours. I will be right back, guys, in a minute. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 169.07. I'm back. Assets under management? I'm a private investor. So I manage my own assets. You know, in that same Reddit thread, I have like a whole comment thread shown in that you can go check out. I posted it in the Discord. I knew this would come up today. Of course, Lauer's conservative on MOASS. As he has been the whole time. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a statement where Lauer has expressed that a short squeeze was definitive. Sometimes I don't even understand why this shit is news. You know, out of all the Dans, Daniel Boulud, the best. Pano Chocolat, David El Cinco Herrera. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Ow. I got like a, I got like a flake. Okay. Still poisoned his croissant. Okay, I'm alive. Everything's okay. Jesus. No, I got like a flaky layer of that perfect croissant right up against where my lung is. And that was like behind my tonsil, but like it didn't feel good.
No. For a brief moment there, no one cared about Jimmy. That's not true. The entire time I was dying, I was like, who's going to exit my position during MOASS? Would you be concerned if we drop below our EMA 200 on the daily? A little. I don't think we're anywhere near that, though. Can't believe I just saw a man die today. What do I think of the new reverse repo record? They doubled the fucking participant allowance. It's not a new record. It's now just the equivalent of it being half of what it was before. I never trusted the French for a reason. That's a sweeping statement. You know you're treading on Reddit that you died? Only a little bit. Sorry about that for deafening all of you. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons tomorrow could be kind of interesting. I'm just glad you didn't die. You don't think they doubled it because some lower hedge funds were near the $80 billion limit? I mean, there's not a lot of hedge funds participating in that. It's mostly banks. I think they doubled it to pull more liquidity out of the market so they don't have to raise interest rates. Pax. No. Bruce dies on a bagel, Gherk on a croissant. That says everything about our two streams that you need to know. Kind of freaking out because 90% of my shares are in TDA and I don't want to transfer, but I don't trust them either. Any advice? Why don't you trust TDA, Patrick Lambden? They're owned by Schwab, I mean, who's arguably one of the largest brokers. $156.66. Also, are you wearing that hood because you got your neck's not cold? No. I'm wearing it because it's freezing in my bedroom. But I don't want to turn my air conditioner off. What's max paying this week? 185 as of this morning. Luca. The last time I checked. It'll probably go down to 180 by tomorrow. What are the chances that the debt ceiling being raised before midnight? I don't know. It's politics. There's no analyzing that. Are you in your bedroom? No. You can analyze politics, just follow the money. That's called analyzing the market, Bert. When you applied for your new apartment, did you include all of the viewers' assets as assets under management? No, that would be illegal. That'll have to happen after I start pickle funding, which will be most likely post MOASS. I can't wait to launch my new ETF products. I'm going to make Jay Fresh an active participant. Ted Cruz just voted no, but didn't read Green Eggs and Ham to the floor. So positive? Probably. Why no turn the AC off? It protects me from the air outside. We're doing a pickle fund, I think. It sounds like fun, and I'm into it. It'll take some time. It'll probably be like at least a year or two after MOASS. Bruce didn't die. It's probably just an insurance scam. Hold on. I gotta get some more water or something, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. Can the ETF be called Pickles Picks and split it between large and small cap, making the tickers big PP and small PP? Oh. What now? Fuck, it's cold. CEI dead? I have no idea. I'm not even watching it. But I want the filter doesn't work if I do that. Stream with a gas mask on. Mm. Government shutdown averted. So it passed. Oh, it still goes through the filter? Oh, okay. Banner was planned to fly above New York City. That That makes sense. Damn son of a bitch. Okay. Sorry about that. Got paid, let's buy. Well, of course they got a cease and desist letter, Cool Daddy. Right? We fell below Max Payne last week also. David. Would you exit? No, I wouldn't exit SPXX. But I'm thinking about selling my SPY puts probably. If the market really starts to rebound off this. Like if this comes back up to like 432, I'll probably sell my SPY puts and wait to get back in later. Of course they just barely passed it, but they passed it nonetheless, right? That's called the appearance of doing what you say you're going to do, right? I have no idea. I can't. $65, 100. That's not barely. Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to risk their assets and let the government shut down. There has to be a fairly strong case to stop the debt ceiling raise. It's usually to prevent the passing of something else. Wasn't the bill to suspend it for 2 years? I thought. This should restore some confidence. Hmm. All right, this is really risky, but I'm going to buy some Baba 150s again. just do the initial position all over again? God, why are they so cheap all over? Fucking today really battered Baba option prices. So the elite can buy in again. Let's only kick the can 2 months. No, I don't, Stefan. It's completely unrelated. DeWalt? Dole. Not DeWalt, Greg W. Dole, the fruit company. Oof, Baba 150s for November. You know it. It wasn't that bad. Ooh. Guys, GameStop's going to do a thing. Okay. $132.96. $132.50. On Skull? Is that even a ticker? How do you find your options plays? Can you give us a general idea? Like which one? I find them all sorts of different ways. Stefan. I keep my fingers on the pulse of the market. Please give me the secrets. After MOASS, I'm going to spend all my tendies outlawing bicycles on the roads throughout the United States, willing to lose all my money for this cause. Velvet Jupiter, let me know where I can donate. Because if that means I never have to go into a coffee shop and see a grown fucking man wearing see-through nylon shorts, that's fucking money well spent. They don't. They're supposed to follow the rules of the road, but they never do. I don't know what that statement means, cracked ass cracko, but I don't weigh 200 pounds, 300 pounds, so I don't care. People can exercise without blocking the flow of traffic. See, that's fine. Yeah, give them a bike lane where they can run red lights. Or act like they don't apply to them. Are you doing sober October? I don't know what that is. It sounds stupid. I don't do like popular events or like where everyone's like, oh, we're gonna do this thing for something. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna do Movember or any other dumb fuck stuff like that. Do you support the death penalty for bikers who commit traffic violations? Isn't that built in to the traffic violation when you're on a bicycle? It's a Joe Rogan thing. I care about it just as little. What about No Not MOASS? Yeah, but I started that. I can't have any distractions. Get this man some Xanax. What do you think of the notion that the stock is dropping so DRS transfer brokers that have been using CFD can buy in cheaper? No. Why not just the stock is dropping with the market? Why are people always trying to create a conspiracy theory around the SPY is down, GameStop is down? You know, when they're like, when they write those news articles like stock XYZ beat the market by X% today. Well, guess what? GameStop's not beating the market. Not currently, because we have no fucking volume. What about Boof February? I like that. You know what else he started unintentionally? The Dans. I mean, I didn't really start that. It just occurred. Lots of people trying to create the DRS lowers GME price. Well, that's fucking stupid too. How much have you been offered to change your stream? What do you mean, existential? Has anyone offered to pay me to not do what I'm doing? No. Otherwise, I would have talked to you guys about it. I would have been like, hey, Citadel reached out and offered me several $1 million to stop doing this. So let me introduce you to my new favorite stock, AMC. No, I don't think I'm relevant enough for that kind of subterfuge to be occurring. No one gives a shit about me. Well, you guys do, but like the vast majority of people have no idea who I am. Smooth. I don't dislike you that much. Believe me. Otherwise, you would have been out of here like Jamie G and that other guy. Hate Bear or whatever his name was. What was his name? Does anybody remember? I forgot. Or that person who kept saying, so I banned 3 people now. That's because you stopped drawing new pickles. Shh, Elena, shut up. Don't tell people. Hunt stag. Yeah. I can tell what his hobbies are. Lame. This guy, I kill animals in my free time. You know you could pay people to do that for you. What? No, I totally said hunt. With an H. No, I also banned that person who kept saying they were 12 years old because it was just annoying. I don't like children. Do you respect hunting if you eat the meat? No. Well, I prefer my animals to be killed in, you know, what the FDA tells me is a sterile facility. Why would I support hunting? I don't even support camping or hiking. I'm definitely not just 3 12-year-olds in a trench coat. Yelling at your mom as an adult from your bedroom is not a hobby. No, you don't annoy me, Slagathor. At least not that I can remember. The Pickle Union received their government stimulus finally for all of the Pickles work over the past months. This means we're back on track this week, baby. We heard your statement about making new pickles. I thought we had something good going. I mean, you have to allow new members into the union on occasion. You don't support it? Like you want to ban camping and hiking? Or you just don't care for it? I mean, if I could, I would. But mostly just like I don't care for it. I don't really have any power, so I couldn't actually ban it. I would like other people to not enjoy it as well, but that's just like personal, right? Like just, that's on a personal level. USDA, whatever. I don't care which organization does it. I buy my meat from stores like a civilized person. You hate ranch and hiking. Are you even American? Yeah, I don't even cut my own steak. When did the wilderness hurt me? It never did. It just never made sense. I mean, I grew up in cities, right? So why would I feel comfortable in the wilderness? A new pickle today. I finished TMNP. Batman pickle, Freg pickle, Biter pickle, Secur's wife pickle. But we need something to make the chop better. I'll think about it. How would I draw Freg pickle? Yeah, that's why we created shelter and homes and cities. Like, I don't want to go live like somebody did 5,000 years ago for fun. Fuck that. It's like, oh, you know what I really like doing? Shitting in holes I dug in the ground. We had toilets 200 years ago. If you finish the TMNP, we're a splin pickle or shred pickle. I don't have to create every character in the series. This just seems like you want me to draw a splinter pickle, and that sounds very difficult. Metropolitan areas are unnatural. So is human behavior. I don't think so, toilet wine. What are the largest institutions long on GME? BlackRock and Vanguard. I've never been cash cab. Please tell Zakir the children are hungry. None of the 9 have eaten in 3 days. Zakir is not a deadbeat dad. I refuse to believe that. These are lies, Zakir's other wife. Change your name back. Zakir is probably at least a decent father. I mean, he hasn't even left his kids yet, right? So that makes him better statistically than half of our dads. You know what? Deep fried pickle praise VWAP. This is a cure for mod. I agree. Depressingly low bar for success there. It's true. I like how you said yet. Well, I mean, there's always room for opportunity. Roaring Kitty, thank you for the $4 donation and the cup of coffee. I appreciate that. I feel like you could do better, but, you know, whatever. Stingy. I know rent in Brockton, Massachusetts must be out of control. Rumor has it Zakir birthed his child without an epidural. I mean, epidurals are bad. Why are you wearing a Sith robe? I'm not. Renton, Massachusetts is out of control. They're building a sports complex. I've looked at places in Massachusetts. The rents are not out of control. They're high, but not out of control. Maybe in Boston. But Massachusetts, kind of a desirable place to live. You can't afford heating? No, so here's a fun fact about New York City. They don't turn your heat on until it's like 50 degrees for more than one day in a row. Because the heat just gets turned on for the whole building. And then it's inescapable. So if you get too hot, your heat's still on. "30 years ago, rent in New York City was the same as it is now, pretty much." What are your top 5 list of best cities to live in the U.S.? Cities? That's fucking tough. I don't think any of the cities in the U.S. are super desirable to live in. I mean, you could just say things like San Diego and Miami. Like, you could just name the ones that people like, but I'm not super fond of them. Dan Almighty, why don't you run around outside and burn a car or something? How much money did you save up before becoming a full-time trader? It's a good question. So I started my trading account with 25,000. But I had money put away. Like 6 months earnings put away as, protection in case I failed miserably. I was very responsible about it, which is weird because I'm generally not a responsible person. I actually don't hate living near the beach as much as I would hate like living in like somewhere in the country inland. Heath Dill. Now I feel like this is a greedy play. Closing those spy puts? Not yet. I still want to see it break view up. No, I'm not a misanthrope. Steve G. In fact, the opposite. I love society. New York, Boston, DC, and Miami. Yeah, probably LA too. Would be like, that's like the standard list. I've been to Denver. It's all right. The high altitude thing makes me, every time I'm there, I'm just like sick for the first 2 days. No, this isn't MOASS. But we might be coming back up to 180. What's that, Ty? Hey guys, just checking in for the day. Did Pi-Fi say this is MOASS? Yeah, I mean, one of the times it will be. Not rug pull, I don't think. We've got a ways to go to hit max pan, which is like all the way up here. If anything, I would say this is a run to spike IV to prevent people from making money on 0 DTs tomorrow. This is too soon. Today's Thursday? Yeah, this is too soon. AMC nowhere near halting. Hold on. I'm going to use this opportunity to do something that's been driving me nuts. Oh, my God. I don't have to look at that anymore. Guys, I bought more shares. Thank you, finally. 53 was killing my soul. You're welcome. It was driving me nuts, too. I was 53 bad. I didn't like it. Is this Moana? All right, relax, guys. Up $5 on, 100,000 volume is not MOASS. Please check out CVV Web. These price swings are nuts. Not nuts enough. Let's go out to the monthly. Imagine if that was just today's price action. God, I miss January. $20 and $60, Stefan. Oh fuck! Are the bulls trapping the shorts again? You know it, Zakir. Not much though. I think the calls at 170 were not that great. Most of them were deep in the money, like 210, 220. There were some 170s, but not as many. It could also be them selling those 170s in anticipation of the market coming up, which it's still trying to cross VWAP. One's fast, one's slow, Stefan. Still under 1,000 likes? Really? No, I'm not. I'm over 1,000 likes. Like way over. Jimmy leading spy movement. That's interesting. Likes equals viewers, MOASS confirmed. So I have a thought. Hear me out. What if this is MOASS? But why would they cover now when they don't have to yet? You think tomorrow? The $1 trillion deposits for the big banks? I wonder if the big banks recalled their fucking shares. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many AMC people in here. I hate your stock. It's garbage. Go away. Leave Cornup's friends alone. Thanks, Spider. Let's not joke about this, please. Remember, I have all my shares covered this week. Oh, hey, BBIG's ripping too. I hope I get assigned. Group just made 80K in 20 minutes. Sure. Yeah, but if I took AMC out of the description, Shugazi, then how would I be able to say those things? I'd have no one to say them to. This is it, boys. Gurkha's gonna cut the cord any second. Best of luck. Uh God damn, I was gonna end the stream early today, and this stupid fucking uptick is gonna ruin everything. What are your feelings on RRP? I don't have any feelings towards the federal overnight reverse repo. It's up because they doubled the limit. That's like if you had a bank account and they were like, you can only deposit $1, right? And then they changed it. They were like, wait, now you can deposit 2. And then the bank's like, hey guys, deposits are at an all-time high. Why does nobody get that? That's a straw man. Yes, it is existential. If they have the RRP limit, do you think it would go down? I do. I think they doubled the number of didn't they allow more participants? Can you explain what's pushing the price up at the moment? It could be shorts selling their puts. It could be T plus 2 from 69. Is that today? JFresh. Where's that stupid fucking cat? JFresh, where are you? With your shitty charts. Come to me.
Son of a bitch. Goddamn, T plus 69 doesn't account for the T plus 2? Oh, my 10-1 460 print. Maybe. There goes retail pumping GameStop again. Is it January? It seems like it should be too soon for them to start covering. I mean, like they can cover at any time, but this seems too soon. I gotta close my spy puts. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold them for a bit. Well, fucking quick $20 jump. Bid ask spread's still like 50 cents at the money. Maybe they had to cover enough to prevent getting added to the threshold list. Short interest report date. Let's close of business today. Yeah. But the FINRA thing shouldn't affect the FTDs, Mr. Optiquest.
Dude, maybe his last tweet was telling us he's buying more. I don't think he can afford to buy the totality of, or the entirety of the position available to him. Ko-Fi. Don't expect a lot this week, guys. Mostly gonna be slow and sideways till October. Eat shit, Gurk, you shill daddy fraud. Offer to live in my Philadelphia home with me and my fiance still stands, by the way. Thanks, Dan Almighty. I mean, we're still just at max pain, so chill out. No chill, only Jacques. That's not VWAP. VWAP down here. My watch thinks I'm having a heart attack. Calm down, Moon. Check on Moonwind. I'm scared. He's fine. We're still very, very far from his calls. No, T plus 69 is J Fresh's. Or T plus 35 plus 2 from August 24th. That's interesting. So you think they failed to deliver on the shorts? There wasn't a lot of shorting that day, though. 1,600 watching, 1,100 likes. Give those apes a bola king and tell them to cop on. I don't know what any of that means, but if you guys could drop a like, it's a huge help. Thank you. Widespread gap up Zakira's wife. This channel needs to be demonetized for indecency. If I assume 24 trading days before 235, it would have been yesterday, but they ended up on the FTD list, which would need to be fixed today. It's definitely volume from the 24th that caused the pipeline to fill up now. Interesting. So this is just like FTD spillover. Is what you're thinking? Twitter news: giant S&P 500 options trade placed to guard against 20% swoon. Trade bought 45,000 put spread collars on the S&P 500 for 94 million. Jesus, that's a big buy. Oh, cool. Thank you. I'll check it out. Doesn't matter what the volume was on 24th. All of that volume would have been used to deliver old orders. That volume on the 24th, JFresh, comes in from the options on the previous Friday. It happens every single cycle on the same day. The monthly options expiration. For the end of quarter. $34 and then 1, 2. So yeah, that would have been yesterday. Hold on, no, that's just today. Hmm. That's interesting. you elaborate on the spy options comments you made a few minutes ago? Oh, someone just wrote about like a spy collar that got sold or bought, or both. Do they have until this Monday to truly roll? No. The roll date is passed. They had until the day before expiration to roll. So the last day they could have rolled was on the 16th. It's still very interesting. The large player getting out. No. I don't think there's a lot of open interest on S&P 400 options, though. What are you talking about, David? Am I balding? I don't think so. Dad, where do babies come from? I've already told this story. Am I bawling? IRNT's coming back up a little bit. I think I might get out of my 20s. Maybe not. Thanks, man. Just a friendly heads up. There's a slight risk of tsunami hitting the East Coast if La Palma volcano collapses. The La Palma eruption wasn't very like volatile. Even then, even if the side of La Palma collapsed and caused a mega tsunami, it's unlikely that it would be that big by the time it hit here, right? I need the Power Hour song.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
No, Starlight, it is true. I've read several research papers about how far, a tsunami from La Palma would travel. I can send them to you. Research. Don't buy all the shares, but I want them. If I ever saw you in real life, would you get annoyed if I said what's up? Honestly, would probably hug you as much as you and I both don't want that. It sounds like you want that a lot. I mean, you can say what's up. Don't hug me, though. That's weird. No what's ups, only hugs. If I saw you in public and raised your pant leg. Just sold some things. Now you're trying to squeeze me out. I'm not trying to squeeze you out. I have absolutely zero reservations about cooing at another man in public. Oh boy. Thanks, David. I hate it when we track this similar to AMC. It makes them feel all important. I know. It's super annoying. You know what else I hate, Carl? Corruption inherent in the system. Corruption gave you a day job. I mean, That's true. 2 day jobs now. This fucker needs to come back down. Getting saucy. Okay. Oof. Why would someone get margin called to the upside while the stock's dipping? That would mean a short got margin called while they were making more money on their position? That doesn't make sense. It's on margin call. Some ETRS baskets being moved around. That sounds a little more accurate turned on. What root questions have you already answered 5 times today? Oh, so many. So many of the same questions today. It's been a rough one. But I powered through. If you got a dip for bank stuff, now's your chance. I know. Could it have been a margin text or email? It's not my astounding patience that gets me through this, because I generally don't have time for people's bullshit. It's the fact that I think I believe in it, right? Like not like a religious sense, but I think the facts are there, and I'm willing to defend that position to the death. Not literally. Would you also defend it to the death? I mean, I've tried, but I can't seem to get subtitles on my stream. Awesome, Callum. Spreading the good word about pigeon whales. Is that a cup and handle on your electric bill? All right, I'm getting out of my 25s. All right, cool. It's just a hoodie. This isn't a cult. I mean, the bank closes at 5:30. I just feel like I'm gonna have to like argue with them a bunch. Say you're going to end the stream early again. Theoretically, if we were a cult, what would our colors be? Like green and purple, right? You put on some mascara and get red backlights, then say, "This isn't a cult," in an ominous voice. This isn't a cult, Carl. Jesus fucking Christ. That's it. That's how you stream now. Burry reactivated his Twitter again. I'm convinced Burry's watching the stream. Darth Dan, Frosted Tips, we're a cult. Praise be the Lady View up. Are you Yoda now? No. What the Shrek is going on in here? GameStop's green. I'm starting to get the feeling I accidentally joined a cult. This isn't a cult. Stop, you're scaring the children. I wasn't in ICP. I like when you put your hands behind your head. Makes me remember the time you gave me a lap dance when Frank dared you to. You wouldn't have survived a lap dance from me, Sean Daniels. VLTA. Ugh, I hate that stock. Yeah, puts at 11. It's coming up. What was wrong with selling them when the stock was at 7? Willie? I mean, yeah, if the market's coming back, I'd fucking worry about it. Which it doesn't look like it is, but still. Did your day trading experience help you predict who the latest Smash Bros. Fighter will be? It doesn't. Thanks, Winter. I know what you're talking about. The newest Smash Brothers fighter will be Death Pickles. Ingested too many pickles. I wonder if that's how actual cults get members. Like, do people just show up on their doorstep like, hey, I'm here for the cult? Call them rad. I get the sudden urge to praise Lady VWAP. Is this normal? Yes. How did you get all your cult members? I don't have a cult. Could this be just a spike IV? Oh, if it is, it worked. Gotta go, but Gary Gensler, everyone. Gary Gensler to you too, Han. All right, that's enough of this nonsense. All right, then hold. V-neck hoodie. It's a zip up. What does FFW mean? Fast forward? You should start a religion that worships the market, and then we don't have to pay taxes on our gains, and we can claim religious persecution when we lose money. Fellow Pickle viewers, has months of watching the stock gotten you down? Oh, don't you guys start. I'm not reading your advertisements, Dan. Read it. I won't. You can't make me. JG of the Dans. Are you the financier? You had me at stonks. I'm in. Brian buy-in? No. He paid you $3? Don't give a shit. Ah. Thank you for the donation, Dan. I don't think I'll ever get used to you saying advertisement like a Brit. Oh, that's fair. I missed a bunch of Ko-Fis. I disagree. Huh. Going back up. Aluminium? No, I just say aluminum. What's that now? 12, 20, 21? All right. Fellow Pickle viewers, has months of watching the stock gotten you down? Do you feel like you're getting close to your wits' end? Do I have the group for you? Become a Dan. We love the lady view up and to give the stock our energy. Just add Dan to your name. And there you go. Sell out. No, the Dans, they've got to give me an actual cut. I know how much money they're making behind the dumpster. I'm not going to take a pittance. Dan once bit my sister. Did she get rabies shots? Yeah, of course they did. Why are people surprised by this? There's an official Dan logo. That's correct, Snowcase. You figured it out. You've cracked the case. New Citadel tweet thread. I'm not saying it, Dollar Judo. Kirk accepts our tithing. You know, calling me taking my cut of what you guys do behind the Wendy's dumpster tithing is a slippery slope for the morality of our country. If I could bench 405. Citadel throwing shade at Robin Hood? What? Plaintiff's lawyers. Sounds like their investors are leaving. Second breakfast. The stock is green. I am green. I am one with the stock. What do you? I don't know. Call your bank? I think you found an infinite money glitch with the Dans. End of day poll? I would only put one option on it, and that would be under 180. I'd choose above 180. The Dance have an IPO. I gotta say, the Citadel Twitter thing is funny as hell. Nope, Darth Dan. That one's not gonna fly. Check out VIX calls for the third week of October. Are they lit up? You mean MOASS week? I sent House Dan Wade a super chat last night. He remembered the Dans and seemed like a fan. Also, his favorite jelly for PB and J is jelly from his dad's plums. I will do a deep dive and write a DD on whether or not House Dan's plums make the best jelly. The Dans don't like to be ignored. Yeah, BB tracks closer than AMC does. Cost tracks the closest, or it did. The last time I checked, Citadel's rants on Twitter reek of desperation. Sounds like they're losing investors fast. They must be losing some. There's a super stock post with Computershare saying Jamie is coming out with an NFT dividend. Cool. That sounds totally and absolutely true. I think I need to hide the Ko-Fi so people stop using it to advertise their viewpoints. Not if they think that, not if their investors suspect like fraud on the part of the firm. That absolutely gives them the right to break their contract. I'm sorry, please don't do that. Darth Dan, it's okay. Imagine complaining about getting donations. It's the things said in the donations. The Danis Dan. Maybe we'll see Wicked. I think Pickle is defying gravity. You know what's funny, Asnadian? Is that like you used to work for Computer Share and you won't put your shares in there. Why is that? What's your reasoning? I'm curious. Like I actually want to know your thoughts on it. I'm thinking of AP. That's right. I live in the bush. Don't you live in Canada? I won't because I know they don't have the infrastructure to support this level of activity. Well, that's a pretty fun. I can't argue with that. Canada probably has bushes too. I mean, that makes sense, I suppose. You can't even distinguish your imaginary viewers anymore. I know, it's all blending together. Am I a Dan? I believe you are. Can you speak into the microphone? I'll be a billionaire in the next year. No. What is best in life? Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Welcome and praise be to Lady VWAP in all her glory as we trade slightly above her.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Not a Dan. Still inconclusive. Okay, you don't need to type that all in caps, Xeris Admiral. It's not that. It's someone posting shit on Superstock should not immediately ignite excitement. Wait and see if it's fucking real, first of all. Going about the 741 theory. Oh, Jesus Christ. Never wanted to ban you more, Azaris. User seems legit. Okay. I mean, you say the mods are on it, but, like, I've seen tons of misinformation get voted to the top of Superstock without it being fucking true in the slightest and not taken down. Yeah, it would be extremely irresponsible of them to say that to anybody before the company made the announcement. If you can't trust what you read on the internet, what can you trust? Nothing. Our mods don't care about you. They're too busy chugging alcohol all day. You're not invisible, depressed goblin. I can see you. Fuck yeah, we are. That's correct, Mr. Diggs. I can... The only way to do that would be to take the whole thing down. Secure. I can. Tell him to reach out to me. I'll talk to him. Just sub nights. Speak for yourself, Secure. Did you already reach out to D. Lauer for the interview? Actually, someone on his team reached out to me about, like, what kind of data I would be interested in seeing on their platform, but I have not heard from Mr. Lauer directly. No matter how many times I've offered to wash his hair live. SPY dying. Good thing I didn't sell my puts, right? But GameStop's not. I don't even know if GameStop's trading shares right now. Maybe he already has someone to wash it. Probably. Tell D. Lowry to let him plug his site. That's not what... This isn't an advertising platform for anybody, all right? Even the fucking Dans. Negative beta, bro. Sounds like you're learning Silicon. Why you change the way you say advertisement? I don't. I don't think your ego can handle another guest telling you they haven't read your DD. It's probably true. I mean, that more or less just confirms that nobody's read any DD, which I've suspected all along. I haven't read any of your DD. Just have the links. Thanks, Carl. You're half advertisement and half advertisement. I like to mix it up. I'm trying to reach you about your vehicle's extended warranty. Thanks, Trash Dan. My vehicle doesn't have an extended warranty. It has a factory warranty. Which correction zone the SPY in at 4:30? The first one. I've skimmed it. Thanks, Cool Daddy. I appreciate that, especially after I read yours. Waiting for the DD movie. Slightly premature, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. See you later, Elena. Fuck you, Spencer. Are the correction zone lines flat? Why not? I mean, it's getting signed. That's not even a question. Thanks, Renzer. I know you do, man. I read the DD doesn't mean I understand it. Well, that's fair. Ding, ding. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. I will see you probably bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
5, 4.
Thank you all so much. For those of you listening in, closed at 175.47. A little bit closer to max pan, but not much. Thank you guys. Have a great night. Well, I'll see you in the morning.